I'm going to try to say hey to as many of y'all as possible before we hop into the debates for the afternoon. I'm going to go and pull up the stream here on my phone. What is going on, Caitlin? What is up, Lexi? What is going on, Wilma, Vivian? Welcome in, folks. What is going on? How we doing? Archer, Ari, how are we? Jesse, Rua, Anita, Stinks, Magda, Darla, welcome in, Ola, Apple. It is so good to see you all for the very first 2.7 thousand people that are joining us for the afternoon. We have around a 4-hour stream in front of us, debating Trump supporters, trying to change some minds, and so on and so forth. Right? We're going to go ahead and work on getting the very first Trump supporter up of the afternoon right now. So if you are watching and you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, go ahead and hop inside of that queue for me and I'll pull you up. Something I'd like to flag here is that I'm feeling a little bit sick. I don't really know if I have my voice and, I may be blowing my nose a whole lot. So if I'm a little bit lower energy today than usual, well, that's why. But anyways, let's go ahead and get that very first guest of the day loaded up into the stream, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. If we get you pulled up into the stream and you're not an American adult that's pro-Trump, I am going to go ahead and kick you out. So I just really appreciate it if you guys would follow the rules. GJ, sorry, not GJ. What's up, DJ Timmy? Do you support Trump? And DJ Timmy is already out of here, folks. Please don't join the queue unless you're going to hang out with us and have a conversation. I'd really appreciate that. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. What is up? Do you support Trump? Leslie? Nope, Leslie's gone too. I don't even know why people like DJ and Leslie hop in the queue at all.
If you're 5 inches into Soral Mandami and 5 inches to Obama, which way are you moving?
Do you support Trump?
Are you moving?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
You're 21 years old. And what time is it?
Yeah.
Wait, why am I fucking taking you seriously? Why didn't I just kick you? Why did I even ask you that question? We're going to move on to the next guest. Dude, what am I fucking thinking? What am I fucking thinking? Why didn't I just automatically kick him? What am I doing? Okay, see, I'm obviously, I'm sick, so, I'm not thinking right. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue. If you happen to be a Trump supporter, we'll get you connected to the stream right now. Yeah, I'm not feeling well. Obviously, I'm not thinking right. Why did I just automatically kick that guy?
Hello, Mr. Dean. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Do you support Trump?
I do, man.
You do, and how old are you?
I'm 25.
And you're 25. All right, and why are you MAGA?
I just feel like Mr. Trump has done a lot of things that have helped society, where Kamala has done nothing for us. I also feel like the past president, he could not speak a freaking sentence.
Okay, all right. So what are the good things that Donald Trump has done to help society? Let's hear them.
He's helping things become better for the people.
How so?
Eventually, things will become more affordable. Right now,
eventually things are going to become more affordable. Wait, Donald Trump said that things already are as affordable as they're going to get. Literally this morning, he went on Truth Social and said the issue of affordability is over, right? He said that we're in the golden era right now. Things are as affordable as they need to be today.
I think it could be a little better. I will agree that Donald Trump is trying his best.
Right. So what are things that he's already done to make this country better? Would you say like one thing that he's done that's really been beneficial to America is the denial to follow a court order, right, and feed 42 million starving Americans, or maybe like taking healthcare away from 10 million of them?
But do you think that is the government's responsibility to have to take care of the people?
Yes, that's why the government exists.
But they're existing to make sure that things run smoothly, not to take care of the people that don't want to work.
Okay. Well, there's actually a work requirement on federal food stamps. And I don't think that there should be a work requirement on healthcare. Right?
But can we agree that some people, they do
why
abuse
so many
it?
individuals lost those benefits, right, is for like healthcare, for instance, 10 million, was because of the imposition of a new work requirement. And then you're saying maybe some individuals abuse food stamps. So I'm sure that there's like a low level of abuse associated with SNAP benefits. I don't think that the adequate response to said abuse would be to take them away from like 13 million children and 42 million Americans as a whole. Right? And by the way, like that's also illegal, right? It's like very illegal because he's violating a court from Rhode Island's order, right, to keep those SNAP benefits running for the rest of November. He said, no, I'm going to violate that order. I'm not going to follow it. And then we're going to deny them all the benefits. So are you saying because there's some low level of abuse associated with food stamps that it justifies taking food stamps away from everybody illegally?
No, it does not.
Okay. All right. So then how do you feel about that? How do you feel about Donald Trump refusing to follow a court order and refusing to feed 42 million starving Americans?
I do think that that is not a good thing, because people
So
at the
that
end of
hurts
the day
society,
need to
right?
have. It does. It definitely does. I will agree with you on that,
Okay,
Mr. Dean.
so far we've agreed that Donald Trump really hurt society, but you said that he helped society. So what's like an example of something that he's done that has really helped society?
Well, I guess a better way to say it is that going forward into the future, I will hope that Mr. Trump will make it to where things are more affordable. With the last president that we had, nothing has really happened the way that he projected it to.
I don't know what you're saying. Because remember, the question is, how the hell do you still support Trump as president? You said in response, well, he's done a lot for society. And then you couldn't name one thing he's done that's been beneficial to society. Then we were able to agree on something really bad that he's done that's incredibly detrimental to society. And now your response is to say, well, I hope that he does better in the future. Okay, right? Well, like, matter of a fact, right? I hope he does better in the future too. But that doesn't change the fact that so far, right, he hasn't done that well. And I don't really see any reason to believe that that's going to switch up. Right? So unless you could like give me an argument, right, including things that Donald Trump has already done that have been beneficial, right, or good reason to believe that he will be beneficial in the future, right, you do not have a cogent position.
Well, can I ask you a question? Do you think that it is our responsibility to help the trans people to do procedures?
I want you, dude. Oh God. I want you to respond to my question. Either give me like a handful of examples of things that Donald Trump has already done that have been incredibly beneficial to America, or give me good reason that he will do things in the future that will be incredibly beneficial to America. If you can't do either of those two things, then I'm not left with believing that you have literally any reason to support him as president.
Okay, well, I will agree. I don't have a handful of reasons, but I would like to say, though, that Donald Trump is a businessman. So he will come through with what.
Perfect. All right. Well, he just admitted that he has no reason to support Trump as president. So we are going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. When we get that next Trump supporter loaded in, we will go ahead and start the stream over on YouTube. All right. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Hey, what is up? Do you support Trump?
Nope.
All right. Based Ethan, we are just looking for Trump supporters, though, so I'm going to ask you to follow the rules, please. Moving on to the next guest right now, folks. Here we are for the 6.4 thousand people hanging out with us in here for the day, folks. Good to see you all. Make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen. We get our next guest, Zach, connecting right now. We are just looking for another Trump supporter. Zach, are you MAGA or banned?
Yeah. Do you believe in the lesser evil?
What time is it? I don't even need to ban him. He banned himself. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, folks. Moving on to the next guest. Guys, follow the rules. What are we doing? Follow them, please. Moving on to the next guest. We got Diego loaded up in the box. I'm just going to go ahead and lean off screen here and blow my nose real quick.
Oh.
Hello, Diego. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
19.
19. What year were you born in? Perfect. Are you patient?
September.
Are you patient, Diego?
Yep. Why?
Okay, well, I want you to show us that patience, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the stream on YouTube. I'm going to give it a quick intro, then I'll pass you the mic so you can tell us why you're MAGA. How does that sound?
All right. But yeah, I'll wait. Don't worry.
All right. Let's go to get that YouTube stream started right now, folks. Do give me a second so we can get that going. Hello and welcome in to everyone tuning in on YouTube, and for everybody that has already joined us on TikTok. It is so good to see you all on this nice afternoon. Now, if you haven't been here before, let me quickly tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters, and in an attempt to change their mind in the process. But more so, right? What we really want to do here is just advocate for more truth and knowledge to be easily accessible to a large group of people. So maybe if you're watching and you're an independent, I could change your mind, or if you have any MAGA friends, family members, so on and so forth, you could actually use what we discuss here in the stream to try to change their mind. Now, we actually already have our first Trump supporter loaded up of the day. Their name's Diego. And Diego, you said that you were born in September of 2006?
Yes.
And then how old did you say that you were?
19?
Yeah, you would be 19. Everybody in the chat saying that no, that'd be 18. No, that'd be 19. That'd be 19 years old. Oh, they're saying that you're 18.
Calm down. Calm down, bro.
Oh, wait, you've already been up here before.
No.
Yeah, it says that you have like a video titled Owning Dean. Should we listen to it? Should we see how you owned me?
No, bro. That's AI, bro.
Let's see how he owned me.
We've literally had more people like say that they want to execute me. Hello? I didn't even say that they want to debate me. Yo. Wow. I mean, that really tells you a lot about MAGA.
Dean, bro.
How old are you?
I mean, a 19.
Debate me, bro.
19. What year were you born in?
2006.
2006. Awesome. And do you support Trump, Diego?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please disconnect any like Bluetooth mic that you have connected to your phone?
Bro, I'm in the gym, bro. Wait, hold on. My bad.
Bro, you're in the gym. Do you just want to come back later?
No.
Come on.
Bro, hold on, bro. Yo, I'll beat the shit out of you, bro. You're soft, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Diego. So you think
That's
it's like
AI, bro.
you think it's like an own to say that you want to beat people up?
Dude, that's AI, bro.
Diego, how many continents are there?
6, 7.
Which one is it? Is it
Wait.
is it 6 or is it 7?
7.
Can you name them?
7. Yes.
Do it.
Okay. You got South America. You got North America. You got Africa, Europe.
Yeah.
Dean, bro.
Yeah.
You're making me nervous. There's 10K.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guess. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guess. All right, guys. I think that there's a very strong correlation between like violence and being stupid. like of course the guy that can only name 4 continents wants to beat the hell out of me. Get a fucking load of that joker. We're going to go and move on to the next guest at this point. Only hop inside that queue if you happen to be an American adult that is pro-Trump. All right, we're just looking for MAGA to bring up here to talk to for the afternoon. What a way to start the stream for everybody that's joined us over on YouTube. Good to have you. For everybody that continues to join us on TikTok, good to see you. Make sure that we're double tapping on those phone screen, folks, while we're still looking for that next Trump supporter. A big heads up, a little bit of a warning. MAGA is dead, all right? They're going extinct, right? We saw the blue wave in the election 2 days ago. Donald Trump's approval rating is dwindling, and it is so hard to find anybody that still supports him. So it may take a while to get a guest up here. What is up, Nick? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
19.
What year were you born in, Nick?
2006.
Okay. All right, Nick. And why the hell do you support the worst president of your 19
Come
years of
on,
life?
debate me. Let's go. Ask me a question. Let's do it.
Okay. I'll ask you a question since, you're really
Bro,
ready to go.
hey, I'm on here with Den right now, chat.
Do you
Let's
think
go,
that Donald
man.
Trump is good for low-income Americans?
No, he's a fucking, no, I don't support Trump. I just want to ask you, can you hit a blue?
All right, we're going to move on to the next guest right now, guys. We only want people to join if they do support Trump. I please follow the rules. I'd really appreciate it. Don't break them. We're going to start banning people that do break them. Fash, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, hey, again, Dean, I'm sorry to hear about the cold, but I hope it's just temporary and that you are resilient enough to keep your life going. I appreciate you for that, love. Yeah, we may end a little bit early today because of the cold, but I guess we'll just see, how I'm feeling. But I'm honestly not feeling that good right now. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I guess I do, yeah.
Yeah, how old are you?
20. 05, March 13th.
Yeah, why the hell do you support the worst president of your 20 years of life?
I would argue Obama was, I feel like Obama objectively was, but we don't have to debate Obama. Why do you smirk?
Yeah, because it's just insane to believe. But why are you MAGA?
I do support border control. Is it down 90% or is it like 85%, something like that, right? Can you give me
the White House says it's over 100%.
Oh, over 100%. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that's true, but
right. Well,
it's definitely
it can't be true.
Yeah. You know what I mean? But
right. Because
okay,
we'll mathematically impossible.
Yeah. Let's just say it's like 80%. Maybe like 70.
Okay. So what good policy, what good effective long-term policy is the Trump administration, passed and enforced to very sharply reduce undocumented entry?
Has the Lake and Riley Act been put into law yet? Right? I'm pretty sure it has.
Yeah, and the Lake and Riley Act was terrible. I would veto it. If I was president, I'd get rid of the Lake and Riley Act. Absolutely
Wow.
atrocious.
I mean, you've talked to a future president before, and you lost to him in a debate. Yeah.
Who?
You know, Charlie Kirk. You lost to. He was one of the only people who beat you in a debate.
I completely disagree.
Okay.
On both bases.
Okay. Yeah. He was I think future president right there, and you lost to him.
Do you know what I debated him on?
I think it might have been abortion, right?
Yeah, and what was the argument that I gave him, and how did he defeat it?
It's been months since I've watched it, honestly, but he's
But he
talked
like
to-
completely destroyed me.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Okay, well then, how do you know that he completely destroyed me if you don't know?
But
that he
if we're
completely
talking about
destroyed
abortion,
me?
his stance on abortion is due to religion, and I don't
Well,
know how we can...
let me ask this question: why do you think he completely destroyed me? I feel like your answer is like, well, I watched it a couple months ago. I don't remember anything about it. I just remember that I feel like you got completely destroyed. I'm not able to point towards any facts. I couldn't like.
He just left you. He left you stumped, dude. I'd have to rewatch the video. I just brought that up.
How did he leave me stumped? How did he leave me stumped when I walked away, right, with him
I feel like
asking
you
to
truly-
shake my hand and him saying that I gave him the best point he's ever heard? like just to catch you, up to speed on how my little 50-second conversation with Charlie Kirk went. It went along the lines of, hey, do you think abortion's murder? He was like, yup. Right. And then I was like, okay, so therefore, do you think that women with IUDs are murdering zygotes since they're killing zygotes? And then he was like, no. And then I was like, well, that's a contradiction. Why is it murder to kill a fetus but not a zygote? And then he went, I don't know. And then the conversation ended. And then he was like, that's the best point I've ever heard.
Yeah, I wasn't really more talking about... I get in the Jubilee video, that was the main topic, was abortion, but his stance on abortion more isn't political, it's religious, correct? Like, he was a very religious dude, that's why. And I personally, I support Charlie Kirk, and listen to this, you might...
Well, we're not here to talk about CK, we're here to talk about why you support Trump.
No, yeah, that's true, but I'm not religious, so that's...
Okay, so why do you support Trump, man? Let's stay on track.
I did say the Lake and Riley
Okay,
Act.
so you supported the Lake and Riley Act.
Yeah, because I supported the idea.
So did you know that the Lake and Riley Act is allowing our government to deport undocumented immigrants on the basis of an accusation of a violent crime? And I think that is like so totally and absolutely atrocious because they should go through our criminal justice system first to either be proven guilty or proven innocent. So if they are found guilty, right, they're not just deported to another country with no criminal record and then allowed to roam free and recommit. All right. When we deport somebody on the basis of an accusation with no due process, then they're going to roam free and possibly recommit, possibly kidnap again, possibly murder again, possibly rape again, right? So in other words, the Lake and Riley Act is only ensuring that there will be more women like Lake and Riley on the global stage by letting these individuals who are like possibly guilty of this violent crime, right, roam free.
I guess where you're coming from, it does make sense, but the idea of the law itself is...
That is the law. That's what
pretty
the law
progressive.
says. You could literally read the law. The law says, right, that you can now deport an undocumented immigrant, right, if they're accused of a violent crime. Fuck no. We need if
Can you name, has that happened to anyone yet?
If anybody is accused of a violent crime in this country, they need to go through the American criminal justice system and be found guilty of it, right, if they actually did it, so they could either go to jail, right, or like go to jail in another country, right, because we don't want like actual murderers, actual rapists, like roaming free on the streets of any country, right, on the face of this planet. Then to your question, can you like give me a circumstance where this has actually happened? Well, I mean, like I'm sure that there's been individuals deported under the law. I'm not familiar with any like individual circumstances, right? Point number one, right, it'd be an appeal to ignorance to suggest because I can't name one that therefore instances don't exist. And point number two, right, even if this hasn't occurred yet, the law allows it to occur, right? And you shouldn't even support legislation that would allow this to occur. Right? You don't want to open that door. You don't want to create that possibility.
No, I definitely understand the negatives of it and how it hasn't really been. It could have been so much better, though. And I understand what you're saying from me. I mean, we got to go through the courts to confirm everything.
Right. So the Lake and Riley Act is bad. So do you have any reasons why you support Trump?
I know with I'm I'm trying to remember. With tariffs on China, hasn't it been combating the fentanyl crisis in a way, right? Like, I've seen something about that recently.
Gotta kick you, brother. I do apologize. You can't say the names of any DRUGS on TikTok Live. You get a restriction for it. I'll get my live taken down if I don't immediately disconnect you. Usually, right, when like I feel like somebody's like gearing up to make an argument where they like include the name of a DRUG, I'm able to like call it out ahead of time. That just came like right out of left field, so nothing I could do. But to that last guess, if you have like a backup account or anything, feel free to hop back inside of that queue on it, and I'll bring you back up because I'd love to continue that conversation. You'll just need to like say like F DRUG instead of like the word that you used. What's up, Joe? Do you support Trump?
Fuck yeah, I do.
Are you driving, Joe?
Fuck no. Suck a dick, you fucking faggot. Get the Democratic dick out of your fucking pussy hole,
Hey, Joe.
bitch.
Hey, how many continents are there?
Huh?
How many continents?
Don't
are there?
worry about it, you fucking faggot.
Right. I have a question. Why is like every like angry like Republican man that loves to like spam slurs, right, always have like an IQ of 15? I don't know. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Yeah, dude skipped like 3rd grade to sit at home on Call of Duty all day to learn slurs. I don't know. What's up? Do you support Trump? Okay, guess not. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, everyone. Go ahead and hop inside that queue if that's you. We'll happily get you up. Yeah, like holy cow. Yeah, dude got an education from like fucking like Sneeko instead of school. I don't know. That's where he was spending, right, is like, you know, from 10 years old until 18. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Hey, what's going on, Jake? Do you support Trump?
Do you like cheese pizza?
I do fuck with cheese pizza. Now, do you support Trump?
Nigger.
Once again, right, definitely a Trump supporter, but obviously going to ban you because, you know, the use of slurs. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. You know, it's funny because like people on the right like to deny that racism is real. People on the right like to deny that homophobia is real. But then, I mean, like we have back-to-back guests that are spamming like racist and homophobic slurs. You know, so like if you're ever like debating, right, like a Trump supporter on the existence of bigotry in America, right, I feel like this live is like a great place to point towards to prove it. Right. What's up, Dylan? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
Two 2000.
All right. Let's go and move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Terrible math. All right. Yo, the Trump supporters that we're talking to today are just so smart. Every single one of them, so intelligent, man. What's up, James? Do you support Trump?
Uh-oh.
James? No, he's not here. Yeah, by the way, so like the reason why we have like a bunch of people coming up here, like not to debate, but just like, you know, lash out and get angry, right? It's because like they're freaking out. They're freaking out because Donald Trump's approval rating is going down. They're freaking out because his presidency is indefensible, and they're freaking out because there's nothing good that he's doing, literally only bad, right? So now they're getting big and angry, right? Because they can't cope with the fact that everybody's rejecting their tyrant. Then they're just gonna come up here and like spam slurs like that Joe idiot. What's up? Do you support Trump? You got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, banned. Folks, right now we have close to 17,000 people hanging out with us in here on TikTok, and we can't find a single person that supports the president to come up here and just have like an open and honest conversation with me about why. So if that is you, please hop in that queue. I'd love to have you up. What is up? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, and I've actually talked to you before, so I don't want to take up much of your time because I know you got other people. I just wanted to ask you one question.
I appreciate you for being honest, man. We do just try to talk to people that we haven't already had a conversation with. Now, if I can't find anybody here in the next 5 minutes, I'll happily bring you back up and we could just have a second conversation, right? But we're going to try to find somebody that I haven't already talked to. And guys, show some love to Matthew down below in that chat for the $10 on PayPal who says day 12 of donating. Dude, Matthew, I appreciate you for that love, man. Show some love to Matthew down below. What's up, Turtle? Do you support Trump?
Cookie King mogs you.
All right, sounds good, man. Are you MAGA? Nope. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Yeah, now we're over 17,000 live viewers and nobody to debate. Holy shit. No one to debate. Dude, I swear to God, nothing exposed.
Παναθηναϊκό και τη 13 σας όλοι, πουτάνες γη. Γαμώ τη 13 σας όλοι, βλάκες, Ολυμπιακάρα μόνο.
Okay, I think you speak in Spanish. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't speak Spanish, so I can't understand what he was saying, so I just disconnected him in case he was saying anything bad. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. No, he wasn't speaking Spanish. Okay, I thought I heard the word like puto, which is like Spanish for bitch.
Hello.
What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I am 20.
You're 20. Awesome. So why do you support Trump?
Well, okay, so this isn't anything against Democrats. I mean, love everybody. You always have to. But he has the best opportunities, and he has showed the most out of all supporters of any group.
Wait, 1 second. I'm so sorry, man. Give me a second. I'm actually just curious. If anybody knows what language that was, can you let me know? Like, I'm actually just curious. I'm seeing a lot of Brazilian Portuguese. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. All right. Could you go ahead and repeat that for us?
I was saying he shows the best and has proved the best opportunities for all groups, in my opinion.
You think that he creates opportunities for all groups?
I mean, he has so far. He's brought down prices and those stuff.
Explain to me how Donald Trump refusing to abide by a court order to fund food stamps for the rest of November, right, leaving 42 million Americans to starve, created an opportunity for low-income Americans.
Okay, so it's not for only low-income Americans. It's for all Americans. He has lowered prices when it comes to gas. He has lowered prices when it comes to groceries.
How has he lowered the price of gas? And by the way, he has not lowered the price of groceries. The price of groceries today is more expensive than it was a year ago.
Where I'm from right now, I'm from Mississippi. Our price of gas has dropped I think $2, $3.
Cool. Now, what has he done to do that? What has he done to cause that?
I have no clue, but I've noticed ever since he has became president, everything's lower. Walmart, which is the biggest place, Walmart, which is the biggest place here, has put out a report that shows ever since he became president, our prices of food has dropped down to how it was back in 2017.
The price of food in Walmart stores has gone up in the last year. What you're talking
It has not. It has dropped in the last year. They put out the report.
Pepe, what you are talking about is the fact that their Thanksgiving meal this year costs 25% less than it did last year. Not because the price of the individual...
The price of it has dropped down to when it was in 2017.
Not because the price of the food has gone down, but because the meal includes less items. Right?
It includes
if you go and you look at their report, right, about the Thanksgiving meal that they offered last year compared to the Thanksgiving meal that they're offering this year, you'll see that last year the chicken cost 87 cents per pound. This year it costs 95 cents per pound, right? Right, and you could actually find this on their own website. You could literally find this on their own website. And by the way, you could also go on Google. You could type in Bureau of Labor Statistics, average grocery prices in America, right? And you could see from Donald Trump's own Bureau of Labor Statistics that the price of groceries has gone up.
Hey, I'm just going to go ahead and let you know, if you ever hear anything in the background, it's my little sister. I'm taking care of her right now.
Okay,
so just letting you know.
That's fine.
Okay, so when it comes to foods and stuff like that, I'm not the best on. I'm more into the abortion rights and into the deporting. So do you have anything where I could try to prove something there?
Oh, geez, I just spilled water all over the ground. Why do I keep on doing that, man? I'm such a mess. Yeah, sure. Well, let's talk about that. So your abortion rights. So you're like what, pro-life?
I am.
So and you're like pro-mass deportation?
I wouldn't say mass deportation. I'm more pro deportation because
pro whatever the hell Trump's doing.
Yes, basically.
Okay, sounds good. So because you're pro-life, would you say that like a pregnant woman, like beating, starving, and torturing the fetus growing in her uterus would be like morally abhorrent?
Wait, repeat that. I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
Would you say that because you're pro-life? If like a pregnant woman were to like beat, starve, and torture the fetus growing in her uterus, would that be like morally abhorrent?
That would be horrible. That would be a horrible thing to happen.
So then why are you pro Donald Trump's deportation policy when that is exactly what his administration did to Abrigo Garcia when they had him illegally deported to Sica in El Salvador, where he was then forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. And if he were to have fallen out of exhaustion, he would have been beat by the guards, which he was. Not to mention, he literally lost 30 pounds in 3 months, meaning that he was beaten, tortured, and starved.
Okay. Go out. My fault. My sister's bothering me. Go.
Who are you talking to?
Somebody, go.
Get done and quit talking.
Okay, go. I'm sorry. She is.
I'm on her side. I'm on her side.
I'm doing college work right now, so I'm trying to odd in between that and this. So what happened with him I have no control in that. There's no control where anybody else can have that happen. That was the choices of the guards that they made that choice, which they should be prosecuted for. Sorry, my accent's so bad, I'm trying to straighten it out. Which they should be prosecuted for. That happened on their own terms, which is horrible.
Actually, so the Nayib Bukele testified to the UN saying that the Trump administration had oversight and regulatory control over the inmates housed in CCOT deported from America. Right, not to mention, right, that like we know that the Trump administration is like obviously controls the ICE operations that occur inside of this country, including things, but obviously not limited to circumstances such as like plainclothes mass ICE agents, all right, black bagging naked children in their beds in the Chicago suburbs, then throwing them in the backs of U-Haul vans, or like illegally deporting Venezuelan immigrants without any due process to CCOT.
Wait.
And infringing on their constitutional rights.
You said illegally deporting Venezuelan citizens?
Venezuelan immigrants that are undocumented here, right, to CCOT.
That are documented or not documented?
Undocumented. They illegally deported undocumented Venezuelan immigrants to CCOT, infringing on the right to due process.
Undocumented, which means they don't have the legal papers to be in the U.S.
Right. They're not a resident. They're not a citizen, but they do have constitutional rights.
How? If they were not born in the U.S., they have no rights for our.
So you're saying wait. So you're saying that you, if you're not born in the U.S., you have no rights in the U.S. So therefore, fetuses have no rights in the U.S. since they haven't been born yet, meaning that you're actually pro-choice all 9 months in all 50 states.
If it is conceived in the U.S.
Wait, no, because you said that you only get those rights if you're born in the U.S. No. Wait. Okay, I'm so sorry. No. I'm not just going to let you walk that one back. You said, right, if they are born in the U.S., then they have rights, okay? Fetuses aren't born yet. Therefore, you don't think that fetuses have rights on American soil, meaning that you're pro-choice all 9 months in all 50 states.
You've taken words out of my mouth and completely by-siding them. No, I did not say that. I said
you did. That is exactly what you said.
If it is
and by the way, you are wrong.
Illegal.
And by the way, you're also wrong about the nature of the Constitution. So I mean, you could read the due process clause of the Constitution. It literally says that all people in America, right, like have a right to due process. That's just what it says, man. I don't know what to tell you. Undocumented immigrants are people. They're guaranteed a right to due process per the American Constitution. And this adjudication has been upheld by circuit courts, federal courts, state courts, local courts, and SCOTUS. Like, you're just wrong. Like, late April, SCOTUS gave a ruling that Donald Trump could not deport a group of Venezuelan immigrants in northern Texas, right, because he was infringing on their right to due process, once again reaffirming, right, that the law of the land does indeed grant this right to undocumented immigrants. In fact, you could not give a single legal argument to contest that fact because, as I already pointed out, the very clear text of the Constitution says, and I fucking quote, all people have a right to due process.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I could agree with you on some circumstances in the pro-choice and whatever it's called, Roe versus Wade, more I'd say. I agree with that in certain circumstances considering a child is conceived in the U.S.
Why are you pivoting to abortion? Because what I just proved is that undocumented immigrants have a right to due process, which is something that you denied.
Wait, what?
You denied that undocumented immigrants have a right to due process. You argued that if you're not born on American soil, then you don't have rights in this country. You argued that if you're not born on American soil, then you don't have constitutional protections. Right?
Okay, I'm sorry. Look.
So can you concede
that? I said that wrong.
Okay, so then what did you mean?
I said it wrong. I meant to say if the family members, such as mother, father, are not born in the U.S. and conceived in the U.S., the child that is in that person or in the mother of that whoever, if the mother and father have the green card, whatever you want to call it, if they have it, then yes, they are legally able to keep the child there. But if they do not, the mother must be deported. The child stays in the U.S. If it's conceived in the U.S. and it is born in the U.S.
Wait.
The child stays.
Okay, I just don't think that you're tracking, because remember, my point is that the Trump administration has been deporting undocumented immigrants without giving them a right to due process. right? And now you're just
What do
saying,
you mean? What do you
well,
mean a right? No, they have the right to due process as soon as they come in. They have the right to file out their paperwork for the green card. What are you confused about?
I'm confused about your response. So I'm saying that the Trump administration is deporting people without due process, and when I say due process, there, all that I'm saying. Tiffany, appreciate you for that Future City.
Yeah, that's sick.
And all that I'm saying there is that the Trump administration is deporting people without giving them their day in court.
What? Wait, I'm confused now. My fault.
You're so fucking confused. You're so fucking confused. How about this? Let's go back to square one. Okay, you're gonna try to give a reason why you support Trump as president. I don't know why that conversation confused you so much. Maybe like you just
I don't either,
know,
bro. I said,
you just don't know what due process is at all, right? So let's just go back to square one here. Give us one good reason, right, why you support Trump as president.
Okay. Let me try to think of a topic here real quick.
Yeah, just take a moment and think, bro. And while you're doing that, I'm gonna thank a couple people here. Thank you so much for the 20 euros over on Super Chat. Declan with a 20 euros says, "Hey Dean, thank you for all that you do in sticking up for the LGBTQ plus IA community. Hope you have a blessed day." Well, thank you so much, Declan. I appreciate you for being here, and I hope that you have a blessed day as well. As well as John, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, and Sarah, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. And I hope that your pregnancy goes all right, Sarah. Then also, there's a couple people over on Venmo and PayPal that I'd like to thank. Thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo, Nahal, thank you so much. Then Carm, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, "Hey Dean, I'm a punk rock band and we're making an EP about this evil ass administration. I sent a song plus lyrics to your IG if you get a chance to check it out." I will happily check that out. Thank you so much for sending me that. Thank you for the $10, Carm. Show some love to Carm in that chat. And let's also get 100 Mia W's for the $10 saying, "My boyfriend just broke up to me." Let me go ahead and pull up the rest of Mia's message here. I'm so sorry to hear that. Pulling up the rest of Mia's message, Mia says, "My boyfriend just broke up with me. I wanted to say thank you for always speaking your mind and fighting for my rights. Love you so much, Dean." Love you too, Mia. And I'm really sorry to hear that. I understand that breakups are hard, and I hope that the healing process goes all right. Thank you for the $10, Mia. And then we got a big one here. Holy shit, Soul. That is SOL. Thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Jesus Christ, dude. Show some love to Soul down below in that chat, Soul. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for your kindness. $100 is a shit ton of money. Thank you so much for the love. Soul with $100 says, "Love from Ohio." Soul, love to Ohio. Love to you. Thank you so much for your kindness. Let's get 1,000 SOLWs down below. Let's also show some love one moment to Tess for the $25 on Venmo, who says, "For chicken soup, also any chance you may try to interview MTG?" Oh, I would love an interview with MTG. Well, thank you for the $25 for the chicken soup. You are awesome. Show some love to Tess. Then, of course, Samantha, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. And Arlene, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, saying, "Keep up the good work." Thank you so much, Arlene. And then Edward with the $5 on PayPal as well. All right, we are all cut up. Next, back to you, Mr. Guest. Take it away. You spent a while on Google there looking for a good reason to support Trump. I don't care, because guess what? This is an open book quiz, right? It's just
like
still looking for an argument. Why is Trump a good president?
No, I'm not. My mother just texted me. Something just happened with my other mom. I live with my grandma. I'll be back later.
Yeah, sounds good, man. We're going to move on to the next Trump supporter. We've been live for a little bit here and still haven't heard a reason why, he's a good president. If you ask me for my thoughts, obviously you could see them on top of my head right now, but my thoughts is that I think that Donald Trump is a great threat to this country's democracy, rule of law, constitution, moral and social fabric. And he's a great, great, great threat to many low-income Americans and marginalized citizens as well. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
This is crazy. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, man. Do you support Trump?
So I am more on the conservative side.
Okay.
Before saying anything, I honestly had a quick question that I wanted to ask.
Real quick, how old are you?
21.
Okay. Yeah, that's awesome. Sounds good. I just need to make sure, do you support Trump as president?
I'm thinking about that.
Yeah,
honestly.
Well, that's the question I'm asking today. It's why do you still support Trump as president? So I'm going to need to know if you support him if we're going to have a conversation.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I honestly just wanted to hear your side of things because I'm in that, I don't know if this makes sense. I'm in the, I can't really give too much information, but I'm in that side of Like
why can't
now
you give
I'm
much
swaying. You
information?
get what I'm saying?
Why can't
I'm
you
sorry,
give-
I can't hear you.
Why can't you give much information?
I'm scared.
Okay. Well, I mean, I either stop being scared, or I'm gonna have to move on to the next guest. Like I don't like, this is a place for open and productive dialogue. Hopefully, right? And if you're just coming out of the gate swinging, saying that you can't be open, well, then we can't have a dialogue. So I'll give you one last opportunity here to tell us if you support Trump. If not, I'm gonna move on to the next guest.
Okay, I did vote for him.
Okay. And do you knowing everything that you do now, if you're teleported back to November, would you vote for him again?
You know, that's the thing that I'm like, it's because right now it's just really difficult for me to find truth in certain. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Just once again, you cut out there. Knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to last November, would you vote for him again?
That's a great question. I haven't really thought about that. I honestly.
All right, man. Feel free to think about that. Then come back up. But it honestly just kind of sounds like you're a little bit confused. Which, like, I'm happy that you're confused rather than still sticking 10 toes down behind Trump. What I recommend is just watching the live. You know what I mean? I think that watching the live is an experience where you could take away like a lot of really good information about why he's a bad president just by listening into the conversations. What's up, David? Do you support Trump? Okay, David is just playing video games. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. We're now 42 minutes into the stream, and like we just haven't been able to get a debate yet. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello. Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 27.
All right, and why the hell do you support the worst president of your 27 years of life?
So I actually have a different perspective when it comes to the future of America. Now, when I say everything I'm going to say, I'm saying it with zero hate towards any group, any minority. I know everyone has their struggles, of course. And it's very hard struggles, of course. Say, for example, you grow up gay. It's really hard to be gay or a minority in this country. But so what my argument is there's bigger things happening, right, overseas. For example, now this is all as to why I'm supporting Trump, of course. This is all as to why. I'm doing it from a religious point of view, as the rest of the world works off of religion, right? And they do radical things based off of religion. So what I say is when I go through my voting process, I vote for somebody that adheres closest to my point of views as a Christian, right? Because if you go against the views of religion as a whole, there is a huge threat to the world growing. Now, that would completely wipe out, say, America as a whole. For example, here's what I'm saying. Yes, we have gays. No hate again, as I'm saying, guys. Absolutely zero hate.
Listen, could you just sum your point up in like a sentence, man? You're rambling.
One moment.
Oh, God. Okay.
So what I'm saying is I support Trump because he adheres to Christian values, right?
Okay.
Now, Christian values...
I'm going to stop you there. I completely disagree. I think that you're totally wrong. So now that we know what your claim is, your claim being I support Trump because you think he adheres to Christian values, I need to know, are you patient?
Yes, of course.
Okay, because something just happened. I just got 2 hate speech flags. I don't know what I said. I think that TikTok is like coming down pretty hard today on like me using the word IDIOT. I think I've called 2 people that word. So I got 2 hate speech flags. Jesus Christ, I can't talk today. So I have to restart the live. Okay, we got to do a restart, which like totally sucks. Okay, but Mario, I just need to know if I restart the live, it only takes 5 seconds. Are you willing to come back and be the first guest in the box? Because I'll let you right back up.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Okay, all right, Mario, follow my instructions here on how to come back following a restart, and you'll be the first guest up, and we will debate your claim that Donald Trump, right, follows Christian values. And I'm gonna like absolutely debunk and dispute that because it's total BS. All right, Mario, but we're gonna have that conversation. For everybody watching in right now on TikTok, I unfortunately have to restart. This sucks, but it's a fact. Right now, hit that follow button in the top left-hand corner. That way, you will be able to find me on your following list following the restart. Typically, like only around like 50% of people come come back following a restart. I don't know why. Today I want to aim for like 70 to 80%. So if I could have 70 to 80% of you guys come back following the restart, that would be beautiful. The restarts literally only take 5 seconds. They're super quick. I'm just going to quickly teach those that maybe don't know how to come back right now. So when I end the live, a screen a lot like this will pop up on your phone. It'll say live has ended, and then it will show you a picture of my profile picture. Now, if you click on my profile picture right there, literally right there, right, then it will send you over, right, to a screen that looks like this. I want you to count out loud to 10, like literally like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Swipe down on the videos. It'll refresh the whole page. Then click back into the new live by clicking on my profile picture again. The restarts take 5 seconds. Let's go and do it now. As soon as we do restart, we'll get Mario right back in here. BRB, everyone.
Thanks so much. Welcome to American Gardens Theater. We're the Hooligans. You guys ready to rock and roll tonight? All right, let's go to the 70s for some glam rock.
History of this country under the big beautiful bill that is also permanently taking food stamps away from 3 million people and reducing the purchasing power of 156 million Americans, making at or under $51,000 per year, right? And I could go on and on and on about his policy all day long, right? But then when we look at his character, that is also, right, like antithetical to what is good or Christ-like, okay? It is not Christ-like to rape a woman like he did to Aging Carroll. It is not Christ-like to sexualize 10-year-old girls like he did to a girl on the escalator in the 90s. It is not Christ-like, right, to sexually exploit naked girls, sexually exploit naked women, then boast about it like Donald Trump did to Howard Stern in 2005. It's not Christ-like to cheat on all 3 of your wives, one with a porn star. It's not Christ-like to tell over 30,000 confirmed lies in your first term, with the biggest lie told by any sitting president, that lie being that he, won the 2020 election. And it is certainly not Christ-like to call 72 people that try to kill cops patriots and then to let them out of jail 8 years early just because they were furthering his narrative of trying to rig and steal the election on J6.
Yeah, of course, Dean. I 1000% do agree with you. He is not Christ-like, but it's more so looking at so even if he's doing all these horrible things, which he is, I do not agree with all the bad things he's done. There's no way he can be a great represented Christian with the history he has. There's no shot. But the thing is that I'm looking at is rather more so here's the best way I can explain what I'm trying to go for here. There is a growing threat to Americans, right? Even if you don't believe in religion or you do, there is a growing threat of people that are much more evil, right? I want to try to say this in the best way without getting people triggered. For example, Christians in the Middle East, people that like no one really knows they exist, right? As myself, I'm a Christian from the Middle East, Coptic Orthodox from Egypt. We face a true threat which has nearly wiped us out in Egypt, right? And this comes from the base foundation of radical keyword, because I'm going to say the
Your mic's cutting out, man.
Sorry, my brother was calling. But from radical Muslims that are making their way everywhere, and they're growing. Trust me, brother. Coptic Christians were the original Egyptians of Egypt. If you guys know any history of Coptic Christians, you would know that we were truly wiped off the map by radicals. You know, whether it came from taxes, a growth in taxes, or they would demand that you can't speak Coptic no longer. These are things that truly happened in Egypt. And it happens still, and you'll find it in Sudan, Nigeria. You'll find it in, what's the other country? Sorry, my brain's flopping. But there is a massive growth, and the more we don't populate our country with some sort of religion, these guys, I'm telling you, they're going to come in. So this is why I'm saying Trump was my option. Because Trump was against abortion. He was against all the main basic foundations of being a Christian.
Okay, so
like,
I just want to be clear. So your argument is you don't like Muslims, therefore you support Trump because he's against abortion.
I love Muslims.
dude, come on. This is like the most incoherent shit I've ever heard. I'm just genuinely trying to track what you're saying here in order to get an idea of what argument I can respond to. But dude, you're all over the fucking place. On one hand, you're like, well, I support Trump because he fulfills Christian values. I hate Muslims and he doesn't like abortion, therefore I want him to be president. Can we Islamophobia is bad, by the way. Fundamentalist sects of all religions. One moment. I'm going to mute you if you don't stop talking. Okay, fundamentalist sects of all religions are bad, not just Islam, but including Judaism, Christianity, and all other possible religions. I think that fundamentalist sects, perpetuate a lot of harm, regardless of it's Islam, Christianity, or Judaism, as I just said, right? And I think that there is plenty of followers of Christianity, plenty of followers of Islam, and plenty of followers of Judaism, right, that do not hold on to fundamentalist interpretations that perpetuate mass levels of harm and rather follow a religion because it represents a symbol of peace and love and brings community and fights against division, right? But I mean, if you're going to sit here and say that it's only Islamic fundamentalists that are harmful to this world, well, now all of a sudden you're disputing, the Christian fundamentalists that literally orchestrated chattel slavery in America, arguing that it's black people's God-given position to be slaves, then reducing the Bible down to Leviticus and a handful of other books and giving it to the slaves, arguing that this is what God wants because he said so in Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, right? Or a billion other things, the Crusades included, that we won't go over because I want to focus, more so on why you support Trump as president, and I feel like we haven't gotten much out of you, right? You told me it's because he's a good Christian. I was like, well, listen, man, right? I think that the left is significantly closer in alignment with true Christian values compared to the right, nor Trump. I gave you an argument insofar as why, and then you responded by saying, well, guess what? He's against abortion. Right? So are you arguing that you support Trump as president because he's against abortion? Let's just clear this up. Let's get a simple, cogent argument that I can respond to.
Okay. So the reason I support Trump is I see him as a defensive line compared to radicals that may enter. Okay,
he is a radical.
No, but I mean the true radicals that really don't care. I mean
he is a true radical. He literally tried to rig the outcome of a presidential election.
I'm saying
he called for the termination of the Constitution.
Okay, but I'm saying the true radicalism of the Middle East. I'm saying that as a whole now, right? And I'm not going towards a specific religion, but the true radicalism of the Middle East is going to make its way to America, all right? And they're populating 8-1. You can look up the history of it, brother. Look up the history of how much they're populating. 8-1. France is now completely consumed.
So I just want to be clear. Okay, France is consumed. This is just blatant Islamophobia. So you're saying that you support Trump as president, right? Because Muslims are having more children than Christians. Mario, go ahead and unmute.
I'm sorry about that, brother.
So I just want to clarify on your argument. Let's just make sure, right, that what you're saying here, right, is that you support Trump as president, right? Because you think that Muslims are having more children than Christians on average.
It's not a thought. This is a fact. You can seriously look this up.
No, it is a fact. No, I understand that like Muslims are having more children on average compared to Christians. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that whatsoever.
No,
right?
there's
In
nothing
fact,
wrong with it.
right, like unsustainable birth rates in majority Christian countries, including America, right, are like actually like leading to like a downfall of America. And then when you comprise that with anti-immigration policy, right, such as what you're suggesting rhetorically right now, you're only ensuring that America will continue to fall with unsustainable birth rates while also being anti-immigration, which is something that actively props up and helps our country continue to grow and prosper, right? So it's like the real issue is people like you, but like once again, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding your argument here, right? You're saying that you are pro-Trump because Muslims are having more children than Christians.
Well, because of the belief of not every Muslim. Again, I'm saying I love Muslims. There's a range, right? There's horrible Christians, there's great Christians. There's horrible Muslims, there's great Muslims. There's horrible Jews, there's great Jews. It's more so by the way they interpret, of course, right?
I just want you to, am I right or am I wrong? I just need to understand your argument. Are you saying that you support Trump because Muslim individuals are having more children on average than Christian individuals worldwide? Yes or no?
Yes. In a way, then yes. That's exactly what. Wouldn't that make sense?
No, it makes no fucking sense. That's like saying that I support Kamala Harris because I like blue shoes. Oh, I like Obama because tomorrow I'm going to go to Six Flags. Joe Biden was great because Cafe Rio, this nice Tex-Mex place, sells a great chicken taco.
I'm saying look at the patterns. Like, look at examples.
Look at the patterns. Oh, the patterns. Chick-fil-A is closed. Chick-fil-A is closed on Sunday. Chick-fil-A is closed on Sunday. Therefore, Kamala Harris would have been a good president. The patterns. Chick-fil-A is closed on Sunday. Joe Biden was awesome. That's what you sound like. Okay? like what? Just like, how about this question? Okay? So, why it does the fact that Muslim individuals are having more children on average, globally speaking, compared to Christian individuals, right, somehow imply that therefore you have to support Trump as president? How are we getting from point A to the conclusion that Trump is a good president?
Let me ask you then, if it's not...
No, don't ask me anything. Don't ask me anything. Don't ask me anything.
What's the Democratic Party doing to avoid that situation?
No.
That's why I'm saying I'm going for the
Mario, don't ask me anything. Answer my question. Okay. How are we getting from point A, right, Muslim individuals on average are having more children than Christian individuals globally, to conclusion, therefore Trump's a good president? How are we getting from point A to point B?
Because, say for example, we had with Biden, right? Open borders. Bring them in. Everyone come on in. Come have a blast. Now, of course, people are coming in by the boatload. Everyone. In that mix, of course, there's people of religions, certain religions, right? Again, I'm seriously saying this from the purest part of my heart. There's no hate towards anyone. I love all. My best friends are all Muslims, and I love Muslims. They can agree with me with the things that happen overseas. They can be done by people with bad intentions. This is not towards a specific, I'm not saying hate towards anyone, but you open the borders, they're gonna come in and they're gonna settle. The way Islam settles, if we're not making babies, all right, let's say this year, you know, I wish I had a tinfoil myself, I'm not gonna lie. Let's say today, we don't make babies, right? The way that the world works, if we don't make babies and the guy next to me is making all the babies in the world, right? They're gonna overpopulate, they're gonna take over. They're gonna say, you know what, there's more of us at this point, we're gonna be taken over, we're gonna do whatever we want. Now, the law that Islam abides by is much more ruthless, as you can see through the Middle East, and it gives more way for extremists at certain points. It's just the way it is, it's what we know, it's what we know being raised as a Coptic Orthodox Christian. Brother, we've had church bombings on the biggest holidays of our lives by extremists. Again, there's many Muslims in the world that are very sad with the things that's happened, and it's not going towards a hate. I do not hate Muslims. I love them. It's just the extremists is my main concern, and that's why I say I picked Trump, because I felt that he was the only guy that can really try to hold it back as much as possible. That'll delay the process as much as possible, if you see what I'm saying. Because it really is inevitable. If we're not making babies, and they're coming here making all the babies, how are we gonna look in 20 years? Look, you can use France as an example. You can use Europe as an example of how it transformed and changed so much in the past 20 years.
Okay. You said, how do we look? How do we look? So you're saying that you support Trump as president because you want people in America to look more white?
No, wait, no, Dean. I don't think I said look. That may have been a misunderstanding. I'm not sure if the word look even came out of my mouth.
It is. That is a word that came out of your mouth. And then something else. You said, well, there's individuals that are Muslim and extremists and harmful. Okay,
Dean,
right. I think that there's individuals.
founders-
I think that there's individuals that follow Islam that are extremists. I think there's individuals that follow Judaism that are extremists. I think there's individuals that follow Christianity that are extremists. I think that there's individuals that are agnostic and atheists that are extremists. Okay, right. And for you to deny the extremism, right, of all other demographics of individuals, right, is just point blank. Like I can't say that word because I don't want to get banned. idiotic. It is Christian extremism, right? That is the reason why still yet in 2025, right, a 15-year-old can marry a 40-year-old with the consent of the parents in America right now. It is Christian extremism that has led to the conclusion that in 10 of our 50 states today, if a 9-year-old girl is raped and impregnated because she started, getting her periods earlier and has the ability and the capacity to be pregnant, that she will be denied access to healthcare and will have her body mutilated and tortured for 9 months straight. It is Christian extremism that is now leading, right, to a reconsideration of the legalization of gay marriage in this country literally tomorrow. It is Christian extremism, right, that led to slavery in this country, the creation of the literal slave Bible, referencing parts of Leviticus where it says it's okay to own slaves. It is Christian extremism, right, that led to global genocides, Christian extremism that led to the Crusades, because 1 Samuel 15:3 says God wants you to kill Amalekites, all the men, women, and babies, okay, right? It is Christian extremism, right, that has led to the conclusion that although black individuals only account for 14% of the population, they also account for 86%, right, of exonerations inside of the criminal justice system, because Christianity has indoctrinated generations of white Americans, right, into thinking that black individuals are lesser than, and that is what the Bible's supposed to teach you, right? This is why we see the Christian evangelicals coming up onto this live screaming the N-word. This is why we see people like Nick Fuentes call themselves a Catholic, then turn around and praise fucking Hitler and say all black people in this country need to be locked up and society will be better off, right? That's why we saw him live on Rumble literally 2 days ago with over 100,000 viewers saying that Jesus was an Aryan, right? The Jews are terrible, right? And that women need to shut the hell up, all right? So just to conclude here, I agree. Extremism is bad. It's not mutually exclusive to any one ideology. In fact, we find said extremism in all ideologies. All right? But if we want to try to reduce the amount of extremism in this country, right, we need to start by not electing an extremist as president. The solution to American extremism, right, is not to elect to vote for a guy, right, that is a adjudicated rapist that fulfills all 14 defining tenets of fascism, that is now playing judge, jury, and executioner with the lives of individuals, sentencing them to be tortured, beaten, and starved in another country for 3 months after illegally deporting them and then having that ruling made by SCOTUS. All right? Yes. The way that we combat extremism, right, is by looking towards common sense solutions, is by looking towards people that don't create division, but rather attempt to end it by getting people together by upholding critical thought, rhyme, reason, in a defense of human rights, not a tyranny on them.
Yes. Okay. So I agree with you. You have a very logical mindset. I do understand. But what I'm going to say, that's hilarious. What I'm going to say, though, is after everything we're still saying today, there is still the inevitable. There is still the inevitable of lack of childbirth in America and the procreation, the massive procreation of a specific group growing in America, right? That's a completely different conversation, I know, but it's going to lead to a completely different world that is truly inevitable. No matter what we talk about in this conversation, it's truly going to be inevitable. That's why I'm saying, say somebody is saying, you know what, let's stop this huge process And of course, I'm saying this. I know Trump is not a great guy. I don't really think any politician is a great guy.
So you know my thoughts. You know my thoughts on your rhetoric surrounding Muslim individuals and stigmatizing them reproducing. Right? It's like fucking gross. In fact, it's even antithetical, right, to the teachings of your gospel. Okay, go read Genesis 1. It says repopulate the earth. All right. When God said repopulate the earth, did He say just Christians? Fuck no, He didn't, right? So by saying that it's somehow wrong for Muslim individuals to procreate and to have children, where you're actually infringing on, right, the testament, and commandment of your God, right? And doing that, right, Jesus is shaming you, right? And then secondly here, right, once again, right, even if for whatever reason, right, it would be a good thing for Christian Americans to reproduce, right? I've already gone over my disagreements with your rhetoric. Well, then please tell me why you're actively supporting somebody as president that is ensuring that we're going to have lower levels of reproduction, right, by ensuring that American families are going to be less financially stable and able to support children. Okay? The way to ensure that more people are having more kids, right, is not by making them starve. The way to ensure that more people are having more kids is not by killing them by taking their health care away. The way to ensure that more people are having more kids is not by reducing the purchasing power of the average American through the largest redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich, incentivizing them to actually turn around, go out and get an abortion if they're a pregnant woman, right? Because 60% of women that do access abortion do so because of financial instability.
Yeah. So if I went with the Democratic Party, how would it help my case? How would it help my case?
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
I mean, nobody even knows what your case is. So because so far on this live, your only case has been, right, I am a radical, I don't like people that aren't Christian, and I think it's wrong when Muslim individuals procreate, and I just can't imagine a world where Christianity is no longer the world's leading religion because I'm bigoted, and honestly, I might be fascist too. Right? Because that's what your rhetoric amounts to. Your rhetoric amounts to a byproduct of fascism, where you're attempting to scare individuals into thinking that Muslim people are the death of America. All right? It's disgusting. It is so abhorrent, okay? Right? You and people that think like you are why we saw attacks on Zohran Mamdani, blaming him for 9/11, saying that New York City forgot about it because they elected him as mayor, even though he's just a fucking man that ran on affordability for the average New Yorker, right? All because he's Muslim. Right? It's you and people like you, right, that had people calling him a crazy jihadist that wanted a Muslim empire for America, that he was going to overthrow the government, right, and he's going to impose Sharia law, right, even though obviously he doesn't agree with Sharia law, as he is openly pro-trans, openly pro-gay, right, and you know, like, doesn't think that it's acceptable to, like, subjugate women, right, to, like, you know, like forms of various oppression, right? It's like, what it causes is, like, real harm towards real people, right, that don't hold on to these radical ideologies, and it also causes an intellectual suppression of very similar radical ideologies that exist in the minds of many atheists, that exist in the minds of many Christians, many individuals that hold to Judaism, so on and so forth. Right? All radicalism is bad. All fundamentalism is bad, right? And only a minority of individuals that follow Islam are like hold to fundamentalist interpretations. Only like a minority of individuals that follow Christianity hold to fundamentalist interpretations, so on and so forth.
I agree. Yes, it's only a small percentage, and it's, you know how it's hard to explain. I love Muslims. I love Muslims. It's really just specifically extremists. It's only, and of any religion, no one can.
Sorry, man. He's just repeated himself for like the billionth time. We're just gonna move on to the next guest right now. We got our next guest, Squint, loading up into the box. Dude's just like repeating himself. Yeah, he's just like spamming quote unquote I love Muslims because he's like fucking like he's scared of getting canceled for his bigoted beliefs, right? And here I am having to like trying to have like a genuine conversation with him to describe why he's wrong. And he's just not even listening. What's up? Do you support Trump?
This is intermission. Some people want.
Thank you for the intermission, sir. You have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. If you're a part of the 15,000 people watching, go ahead and hop inside that queue of your MAGA. We'll get you loaded up. While we are getting that next Trump supporter loaded up, there's a couple people I'd like to thank here. First and foremost, Kendall. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. This guest has a loud mic. I'm just going to fucking kick them. Kendall with the $20 on Venmo says, hey, Dean, this is my first donation. I was wondering if we have an update on the Supreme Court deciding whether or not to challenge same-sex marriage tomorrow. I'm getting nervous. We honestly, as far as I'm aware, we won't have an update until tomorrow. I'm definitely nervous for that as well. I'm trusting that SCOTUS is going to be sensible and not overturn it. I'm hoping, right? But thank you for the $20, Kindle. Show some love to Kindle down below in that comment section, as well as Alexander. Thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, keep it up, Dean. Wish we had some representatives in the Democratic Party that could communicate as effectively as you do. Well, thank you for the love, Alexander. I really do focus on trying to communicate effectively. I wish that other individuals would too, because effective communication alongside his policies literally what won Mamdani the election, right? It is so important. What's going on? Do you support Trump, SideQuest?
I actually do not.
Oh, based. All right. Well, you have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest, we got Sheriff loading up in. All right. Then Amanda, thank you so much for the $11 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Amanda. As well as I just read your message. Fuck yeah, Amanda. And then Lynn, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Amanda and Lynn. Show some love to Amanda and Lynn. What's going on, Sheriff? Do you support Trump?
What flavor are you hitting?
How old are you? I don't even know why I asked that question. They sound like 14. Moving on to the next guest, folks. I don't know what it is. Right now, we're just not finding any Trump supporters. I think that they're going extinct, folks. Hey, let's see here. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Who says donation for the live? Israel just bombed some of the first ever churches and KKK burned black and hanged black men. Yeah, I mean, the KKK is a perfect example of Christian extremism. 110%. You were absolutely right, Jasmine. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Jasmine in that chat. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey there. I do support some of the policies that he has of immigration, and this is coming from somebody that had to depart the country. I signed voluntary departure during Trump, and I do support his immigration policies. I had a friend killed by an illegal immigrant, and he fled to his country, and he got away with what he did.
Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy.
Now,
so
I'll go ahead.
You said that you know
I'll go ahead
so you know somebody that was killed by an undocumented immigrant, and then the undocumented immigrant left America and went back to their home country, and they got away with it. Did you know that the Trump administration is actually facilitating undocumented immigrants that have killed people to go back to their home country without a day in court, no due process, nor a guilty conviction from a judge under the Laken Riley Act?
Well, I could tell you that that's false because I was actually in those immigration detention centers and I went through a due process.
Well, we're not talking about you because you weren't you weren't accused of a violent crime,
I was in
right?
the country illegally.
Okay, well, I'm talking about the Laken Riley Act. So once again, I'll just repeat myself. You said that you know somebody that was killed by an undocumented immigrant. Then the undocumented immigrant didn't face any due process because they left the country. You understand that the Trump administration is facilitating exactly that, right? Because the Laken Riley Act now allows them to deport undocumented immigrants on the basis of an allegation, right, of a violent crime. So this is right, let's imagine a truly guilty undocumented immigrant that kills somebody on American soil. They're then arrested for it by the cops. The Laken Riley Act is now giving the authority to the Trump administration to take them out of the detention from a local police force and then send them to an ICE detention center and then prepare them for deportation to another country where then they're just allowed to roam free since they never faced a day in court nor a guilty conviction in this country, right? So the issue that you're describing of undocumented immigrants committing violent crimes, then facing no prosecution for it and roaming free is actively being facilitated and caused by the Trump administration.
Well, the reason why that happens is because they end up getting their bond here in the United States because they go through a due process and they're able to bond out from the crime that they committed here. So then they go ahead and pay that bond, and then they have to go through immigration. Immigration holds them for about 2 days, and if they can't prove of a reason why to stay, for instance, if they can't seek asylum, if they can't show extreme hardship.
No. The reason why this is happening is literally because the Trump administration passed the Laken Riley bill allowing it to happen. The Laken Riley Act literally says you can deport an undocumented immigrant, right, if they are accused of a violent crime. So if they're truly guilty, then you're letting a truly guilty violent criminal roam free in the streets of another country, right? And if they're not guilty and they're innocent, well, I mean, then you're fucking punishing somebody for a crime that they didn't commit through deportation.
But that was before that. I got deported on Trump's first term, and we could do that way before that bill passed. So once again, as a matter of fact, I'm one of those cases where I was able to get a bond. I didn't have to go well, I went to jail for 2 DWIs, and then after that I bonded
Wait, I
out.
have a question. Where are you right now?
I'm in Mexico.
What time is it?
It is 5:06.
Okay, go ahead.
I live in Hidalgo, Mexico, in Pachuca, Hidalgo.
Yeah. So you support Trump because I just
I support his immigration policies
okay,
because
which
I mean,
ones? What specifically? Like what
well,
immigration?
I'm sorry,
policies
not the
do you support?
policy, the enforcement. And the reason why
So what is the administration doing that you like? Like mass deportation?
Yes, because what ended up happening is during Biden's term as president, at the end of his term.
Hey, real quick, I'm actually gonna have you do something that I had a guest a little bit ago do. I need to restart the fucking live again because I just got another 2 flags and an FYP restriction for hate speech and bullying. Called somebody an IDIOT again. I need to stop doing that. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Holy Lord. So your name is Abraham. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue first after the restart, and I'll happily bring you back up. I literally need to stop doing that. It is so bad, okay? It is so bad. I need to stop that. L fucking TikTok. Yo, everybody right now, we need to restart the live. The restart only takes like 5 seconds. I'll repeat this. Typically, only around 50% of the people watching come back. I would like to aim for like 80%. So if you're watching right now, please come back. The restarts are super quick and it's super easy to get right back into the live. I'm going to show you how to join back, okay? This is what your phone screen will look like when I in the live to restart. It'll say live has ended, follow host. You click on that profile picture right there. You go, boop. You click on that motherfucker, okay? It will then direct you to my account page. Okay, once you're on this account page, count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pull down on my videos to refresh the account page. Click back into the new live, and then you'll see me. We'll be right back to our conversations. Super quick. L fucking TikTok for restricting me for a billionth time. L fucking TikTok, so trash. And I will see you guys in 5 seconds, because that is exactly how long these restarts take. Okay, I'm going to start counting down from 10. By the time I hit 3, I'm going to be back on live. 10, 9, I want y'all to show some love to Michael. Thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Michael. Thank you so much, man. And Michael, I'm actually going to do the same thing that Parker did. So Michael, thank you so much for thank you so much for your kindness. That is so incredibly kind of you. For everybody that's tuning back into the stream after the restart, please show some love to Michael for the $100 donation down below in that comment section right now. Thank you so much. As well as Kirsten, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, who says, listen every day. Hope I can help educate myself and my kiddos as they grow up. Dude, honestly, if you're watching these live streams, I bet that your children will end up just fine. Thank you so much for your kindness, Kirsten. As well as Denise, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, who says, Dean, please use this for another box of tinfoil against this bigoted force American birth bullshit. Denise, it's good to see you. Appreciate you for the $10, and I will be using that for some more tinfoil. I'm running out of it, quite frankly. And then Holly, thank you so much for Megan and Holly. Thank you guys so much for the $7 over on PayPal. Y'all are so cool. And then Kiana, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And Jose, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo as well. And then for everybody tuning back into the live stream for the first 9,000 of y'all, welcome back in, folks. We're going to go ahead and hop back into the debates. Literally right now, we got that very first Trump supporter of the night loading up here. Their name is Brandon. And by the way, if you're watching and you want to support me and support what we do here, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pinned message on the YouTube stream. I get 100% of all the proceeds through those platforms. They literally go straight fucking to me, and you could attach your name in a message that I could then read off on live. What's up, Brandon? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, Brandon. What the hell? Why? You?
I just came in here to say that you and Parker are very fucking annoying.
All right. I understand that, a lot of conservative men get pissed. Brandon, but usually the pissed conservative men like yourself, you leave and you run away and you don't have a productive dialogue with us about why you're MAGA, because you don't really think rationally, you think emotionally, right? So Brandon, I'm actually going to ask you, right, to, reground yourself. Take those big boy emotions, set them aside. I'm going to ignore them too. And just give me a reason why you support Trump as president. Let's talk about it. But once again, the crystal ball in my hand right now is telling me that you're not going to do that and you're going to leave. And that crystal ball was absolutely right because he just left. I'm always right. I'm always right about that shit. Moving on to the next guest right now. Literally read him like a book. Read him like a book. Read him like a goddamn book. Moving on to the next guest. What's up? Do you support Trump? Merrick? I'm going to give you 5 seconds. Oh, he's already gone. All right, moving on to the next guest. I don't see Abraham back in the queue quite yet. If I do, I'll happily bring him back up. All right, we got that next guest loaded into the box right now. We got She Love JB connecting. Hey, do you support Trump?
I mean, I would say, I just turned 18 a bit ago, so
Okay, thank you for the under control.
I'd be pretty iffy on it.
Okay, all right. Well, if you're kind of iffy on it, like you're kind of just figuring things out, feel free to watch the live, man. But I appreciate you for coming up. We got Abraham back up. Hello.
Hey there.
Hey, man. So you really shouldn't support mass deportation.
Well, see, Biden was the one who had his open border policy and did allow a lot of Central Americans to enter the country with no due process.
Yeah.
And you might not believe so, but I had an employee here because I actually have a small restaurant here. And that guy was Venezuelan. He actually entered Mexico illegally. And what ended up happening with that is he showed me the process to enter United States. A Mexican couldn't do it. It was only Central Americans going through the asylum policy that Biden had introduced. And he literally told me one day, hey, they approved me. And the next day he was in the United States. So you can't tell me there was a thorough background check, an actual process being done to assure that there were no criminals going into the country, people fleeing their country and just flooding United States.
Can you please tell me what Biden's open border policy was?
It wasn't an open border policy, but they were accepting.
Wait, but you said it was an open border policy.
Well, it wasn't open border, but they were allowing Central Americans to enter the country.
How so?
If I look it up, I could probably pick it up.
How so?
Once again, I'm sorry?
How so? Like, what do you mean they were allowing individuals from Central America to enter without like any vetting, right? Not through a legal mean of entry.
He showed me the application on his phone where he would
application for what?
To enter the country.
To enter the country, like through what process?
I would have to look it up, but
I would need to know that information in order to have the conversation with you, right? Because I'm not going to assume that anything that you're just telling us is the truth, okay? You're going to need to prove that these channels exist, right, in order for you to have a claim, right? So if you want to tell me that somebody's coming into America through like legal asylum or some like legal mean of entry, right? Well, just tell me which one, so on and so forth, right? We could have a conversation about that, right? But you're going to need to know those specifics in order for us to have a conversation on it.
Well, we can say it was legal asylum,
okay,
but
so
what I'm trying to tell you is that it wasn't through a normal process. The reason why I was in immigration detention 6 months, I know what
so
the
if it wasn't
process is.
through a legal process, then it wasn't asylum, because asylum is a legal process.
I do understand, but how was he able to enter United States legally in a 24-hour period by him submitting an application through his cell phone device?
Well, I don't know. You're going to have to show me, right, exactly what you're talking about. You're going to have to show me, right, this channel of entry that'll get you in 24 hours. You're going to have to demonstrate that to me. I'm going to have to see it.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to. But
okay, well then the conversation's just
it was
dead
during
in the
a
water
different.
Then
It was a different.
because I'm
administration.
just not going to take your word for it, right? Unless you can
That's fine.
demonstrate like the policy of Biden that caused this, or what like the specific means of legal entry was. Then we could talk about it. If you can't demonstrate any of those things, there's no conversation to be had.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't have the exact name of the process or how he was able to do it, but once again, that's fine.
Okay, therefore, convo
now-
over.
Well, now, what I'm trying to say is that a lot of people entered the country at the end of Biden's term. They were legally allowed to vote. And then after that, I mean,
No,
once
only,
again,
only citizens can vote.
it didn't happen because once again, I still have communication with him.
In order to vote in America, what do you need to do first?
You can have just a state ID.
You need to register to vote. And in order to register to vote in all 50 states, what do you need?
Texas ID. I had a Texas ID, and I'm telling you, I was in the country illegally.
Proof of citizenship.
Once again, I had a
Right?
Texas ID. I can show you my Texas ID.
So,
and I was in the country
so
illegally.
undocumented immigrants can get a form of ID in some states, right? 110%, right? But when that ID is ran, it doesn't show citizenship. You need proof specifically of citizenship, right, in order to register to vote in all 50 states.
Now, once again, we'll go to the whole immigration thing.
Well, can you respond to that? Because you just said that undocumented immigrants are able to vote. That's just not true.
If I tell you there's a way to manipulate the system, you're going to tell me you need proof. So, I mean, what's the point of me just-
The only way to manipulate the system is to commit identity fraud and pretend like you're a citizen by stealing a citizen's identity. That's the only way.
So illegal immigrants don't steal ITIN numbers or social security numbers to commit.
That's identity fraud.
Exactly. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm coming from a group of illegal aliens that were living in the United States. We use ITINs. We use social security numbers.
So if an undocumented immigrant is committing identity fraud, deport them out of the country. But if a billionaire U.S. citizen rapes a woman and commits 34 felonies, make them the president of the country?
If we can stick on immigration,
yeah, of course,
see,
right?
That was
right because you
thing.
only want to try to like demonize undocumented immigrants, right? You don't want to discuss like the crimes that
not demonize, just try to show that there's a due process, and sometimes
did you know that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes in American soil, and like 3 times less likely to commit all other crimes, meaning that on average they are 3 times less likely to commit a crime such as identity fraud when compared to citizens.
And then whenever you bring up stats, this is just a thing that you can actually look up, and I'll give you the information. If you look up, stats can be manipulated as well. There's at least 500 Hispanics in Bastrop County incarcerated. I believe I got incarcerated in 2015, and we were actually all labeled as Caucasians. So you can actually see how all that information can be manipulated, and I'm proof of that.
Okay, well, like I'm just not even going to like give that any warranted response because my claim wasn't about the race of an individual. My claim was about the citizenship status of an individual.
You gave me a statistic, and I'm trying to show you how
statistics coming from PNAS. Well, can you show me that this one is being manipulated? Like this is like saying, well, the government can lie, therefore, without any further evidence, the government definitely was lying when they said.
But I can't prove that because I was.
Right. Well, then you can't prove that. Therefore, you don't have a claim. Like, do you see the connection there? You're saying that statistics can be manipulated. Therefore, without any further evidence, this statistic is being manipulated. This is like saying that the government can lie. Therefore, the government was lying without any further evidence when they said that they didn't do 9/11. Scientists can be wrong. Therefore, the scientists were wrong.
I think we can agree on some of those topics, though.
You know what I mean? Right. So it's like if you can't provide like any further evidence, like that specifically, like this statistic is manipulated, then you don't have a cogent position.
For instance,
no. Can you just affirm or deny what I just said? Am I right or am I wrong?
You're right on how it can all be manipulated.
Wait, no. My point was, right, if you can't give any evidence that specifically this statistic is being manipulated, then you don't have a case.
But I'm trying. You gave me a statistic, and
could you disagree with that? Can you agree? Can you agree or disagree? If you can't provide any evidence that specifically the statistic coming from PNAS and FBI crime rates and arrests, right, that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil, right? You cannot have a case that statistic is incorrect unless you had any specific evidence to demonstrate so.
How have they sometimes get away?
How have they sometimes get away? So do citizens.
Yeah. How can that be said whenever illegal immigrants can just flee back to their country, never go through a due process? So then those statistics can be manipulated as well.
Yeah, citizens can also just flee the country.
Yeah, but they can't leave like we can leave.
Why not?
Because they can't.
Why? If an undocumented immigrant can, why can't a citizen?
The same way we get into the country.
I'm confused.
You can leave the country illegally without nobody knowing. You can come in without nobody knowing. You can leave.
So why can't a citizen just leave the country, quote unquote, illegally without anybody knowing?
Because they have identification, and we're using false identification.
Wait. So are you arguing that when you leave the country without anybody knowing, somebody has to know in order for you to show that you don't have identification?
How are you going to leave?
At the same way that an undocumented immigrant would flee, apparently, according to you.
Yeah, but if you have manipulated documents, you can just say you're just some random Joe.
Okay, so you're saying an undocumented immigrant can commit identity fraud, Phil, thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. Steal the identity of like another citizen, say that they are them, then leave through legal port of entry. Why can't a citizen that's committed a crime do the same exact thing?
Because they don't have access to all that false information.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that undocumented immigrants have easier access to identity fraud when compared to citizens. Well, that would actually be
Correct.
unexpected, considering the statistic that I gave you, which is the fact that citizens are 2.5 times more likely to commit a crime like identity fraud.
I do think that
Like, come on, that directly refutes the bullshit that you're spewing out of your mouth, right? And now, maybe if you had a source that you could demonstrate that provides ample and sufficient evidence to prove that an undocumented immigrant is 2.5 times less likely to get caught for a violent crime that they commit compared to a citizen, then you would have a case against the statistic that I provided you. And the question is, do you have that source? Because right now, all you have is words.
You're right. I don't have any of that proof.
Right. So you're coming without proof.
I'm coming with, I guess, own experiences. I mean, I guess you could say, from what I've seen in my point of view, I mean, I went.
I'm so sorry, but no one
wasn't
individual's
in-
anecdotal experiences would refute like a macro level statistic that like one group of individuals is 2.5 times less likely to commit crimes compared to another group of individuals. Right? That's just anti-intellectualism. Erica, thank you for the Viking hammer. Thank you so much.
But you know, I just came basically to speak on that. I mean, you know, when we supported a president, I mean, or any type of political party, we have
move on.
pros
You
and
take care. Just because you don't have evidence for your claim and you don't want to concede that claim, I'm just going to go to move on to the next guest. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. We got Zach joining right now. Hey, Zach, do you support Trump? Zach, I'm going to go ahead and give you 5 seconds, man. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Band. Moving on to the next guest. We got Brandon loading up in the box for the 10,000 people that have joined us for the day on TikTok, folks. Make sure that we're double tapping and sharing out the stream. If you're watching and you like what you see and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pinned message on that YouTube stream. Let's go to get that next guest up right now. What's up, Brandon? Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
Are you driving?
No, I'm not. I'm riding passenger.
Okay, could you have your driver say hey real quick? Why did you lie? Why did you lie? Moving on to the next guest, we got JP loading up in the box. While JP's loading in, Wanda, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Wanda, thank you so much for the love. I want to see 500 Wanda W's down below. Give me 1 second,
You're
JP.
live right now? Okay.
Yeah, hey JP, just give me 1 second. Wanda with the $50 says, I listen to you every day while I work in my office. Keep up the good fight. Thank you so much for the love, Wanda. All the love in the world to you. Let's get 500 Wanda W's down below. And welcome in, JP. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. All right, JP. How old are you? If you don't answer, you don't have to, because I know that you're over the age of 18. I'm just curious.
I'm 58 years old.
58. Well, JP, it's a pleasure to meet you, man. See, I mean, from my perspective, Donald Trump is the worst president of your 58 years of life. And I just don't see how there's like any way to still support him, considering the fact that he's doing so much to harm this country and everybody in it, including an attack on the Constitution, an attack on our democracy, and an attack on like low-income, starving Americans. But I'll let you take the mic away. Why the hell do you support him?
Well, the lesser of two evils.
And why do you think that if Kamala Harris was elected in November, that things would be worse off than they are today? Would she also be denying to feed 42 million starving Americans?
Well, that's the Senate Democrats that are doing that.
No, that's Trump that did that. Like, we had a judge from Rhode Island rule that he has to take emergency funding from Congress and delegate it to SNAP benefits. He said, I'm not going to do that until the shutdown is over. And then that judge came out this morning and said, well, you violated my court ruling. So it's Trump.
No. How much is that emergency fund?
How much is the emergency fund? Well, so according to one fund that the USDA has, they have $4 billion. But they have a second emergency fund that also has $4 billion in it. Originally, Donald Trump promised to only take $4 billion of the $8 billion total and use it to fund partial SNAP benefits, right, for like the 42 million Americans that are on them. But then he actually walked back on that and said he's not going to give them any SNAP benefits, even though he has the contingency fund to do so. And then the judge came back out and he's like, fuck, Donald Trump is violating my order. What is he doing?
Well, it's my understanding the contingency fund is just over $5 billion, and it takes $9 billion plus to fund SNAP for a month.
Yeah. Point number one, according to the Wall Street Journal, there's other contingency funds that the USDA has that he could also dip into to fund some benefits. Point number two, right? He walked back on even allowing like a partial funds using that $5 billion to conclusion three that he's now going to use zero, right, of that $5 billion to fund SNAP benefits. So even if you were right and I was wrong, that was the only emergency / contingency fund that they had, right? Well, he's still not using that to fund those benefits, saying that he's not going to do it, violating that court's order.
Well, there's no need if the Democrats would just vote yes on the continuing resolution.
Right. Now you're saying, well, I actually don't care that Donald Trump is violating that judge's order and allowing and causing 42 million Americans to starve because the Democrats are refusing to vote for a continuing resolution that's projected to increase Medicaid premiums by 75% by rolling back ACA credits that for the average family in Maine on Medicaid is going to increase their premiums by $16,000 per year. How about you like fucking own some responsibility for what members of your own party are doing, right? Even in this listen, JP, listen, give me like 25 more seconds. Even in this like fairy tale version of reality where everything that like you are saying is true and like this fucking made up version of the world where the Democrats are to blame for the Republicans' government shutdown, right? Well, then still yet in that scenario, Donald Trump would have and still has the ability to say, hey, I'm going to take this money and I'm going to use it to fund SNAP benefits to prevent 13 million children from starving. And he's still not doing it, even though a court ordered him to. And now he's violating that court's order.
Okay, Dean, listen. The continuing resolution. Are there cuts to Medicaid in the continuing resolution?
Is there what?
Are there cuts to Medicaid in the continuing resolution?
I don't know what quote unquote cuts to Medicaid is. I'm not familiar.
Are there cuts to SNAP benefits
in
the continuing resolution?
Oh, you said cuts.
Cuts.
Yes.
Yeah,
so,
cuts.
So there's cuts to the ACA by rolling back subsidies in the Republican CR.
No, not in the continuing resolution.
And their funding bill for the next year? Yeah, that's why they won't vote for it.
That is not the continuing resolution. The continuing resolution is Biden's budget from last year.
Oh,
it's just extending the Biden budget.
So there wasn't right any cuts to the ACA right under Biden's budget, but there's cuts to the ACA in the proposed bill by Republicans in Congress today for the next year.
In the big beautiful bill, which allows subsidies for ACA to expire.
Right, and the Democrats don't want those to expire.
Well, why does the ACA require subsidies?
Why does the ACA require subsidies? To help fund it? I don't know. Maybe there was some terrible poison pills put in by the Republicans when the ACA was originally passed. Right, but I don't know why you're now getting so far off topic. Because once again, like the claim that I wanted you to respond to is a fact that President Trump is refusing. No, you are off topic because the claim that I set forth is a fact that President Trump is now refusing to abide by a court order and prevent Americans from starving. Right. And then you respond to that by talking about the CR, the ACA, the government shutdown, and the big, beautiful bill. We could discuss all those things. Right. In fact, I just started to because I completely forgot that you pivoted. I'm not feeling too well today, obviously. But I want you to try to stay on topic with that original thing. Donald Trump cares so little about starving Americans that he's willing to go so far as to violate a legal order to feed them.
Well, I think that he should release the contingency funds because that would be a political win for Trump.
It would be a political win for Trump. Yes, I think it's terrible that that's the first place that your mind goes. Right? I think that the first place your mind should go is like, well, it'd be a win for the Americans that are kept that are now being like kept with access to food. Right? Not a political win for Trump. Seemingly, even you care more about Trump than the starving 42 million Americans. But regardless of that fact, you're right. It would be a political win for Trump to prevent them from starving, which only makes the case for Trump worse because what you're arguing here is that Donald Trump cares so little about 42 million starving Americans, including 13 million children, that he's willing to violate a court order to prevent them from eating, and he's willing to forego a political win to prevent them from eating.
No, what I'm arguing is that is exactly what this Democrat senators are doing.
No, that's what Trump is doing. Well, listen, we'll talk about the Democrat senators. We'll talk about the Democratic senators. We'll talk about the Democratic senators next, okay? Right? And I'll be so fair with you because I love to criticize some Democratic senators, okay? Like Schumer, fuck Schumer, dude. Oh my God, okay? His inability to like say that he voted for Zohran Mamdani or to show up in New York City after he won, terrible, okay? I'll have a super fair conversation with you about Democratic senators, but don't try to use Democratic senators as a talking point to pivot away from the culpability that falls on the shoulders pictures of the adjudicated rapist that you support as president instead of this conversation that I'm having to have with you right now, right? That you're not willing to have with me back. I don't know why. Like, can you affirm or deny that Donald Trump is actively violating the court order of a judge out of Rhode Island and refusing to allow contingency funds to keep SNAP benefits running during November?
He is, for now.
Okay, so how can you support him as president even though he's starving 42 million Americans and breaking the law to do so?
Because he is not starving 42 million Americans.
Yes, he is.
Democratic senators are starving 42 million Americans.
By like not reopening the government?
All they have to do is pass the clean CR. SNAP benefits are reinstated.
Wait,
Everyone gets
all
their
Donald Trump has to do is allow the contingency funds to go to the
That
USDA.
won't last more than a month, and then we're 3 weeks from now. We're in the same position with no funds.
Wait, I have
No
a question.
funds.
I have a question.
So
Is
when the next
it better to be
wildfires
in,
burn up California?
Is it
no
better?
one's going to qualify for any SNAP benefits.
My question is it better to be in a position of having 42 million Americans starving today, right, or having a low likelihood of 42 million Americans being like starving in like a month from now, if the government shutdown were to continue to run? Right, I just don't think that like SNAP benefits are negotiable. He can release these funds. A court ordered him to do so, and he's not. Like it's the bare fucking minimum, right? Is to try to find a way, right, to keep starving Americans fed during the government shutdown, and he's refusing to do so. Not to fucking mention, right, the shitty email that he sent to grocery stores telling them that they're not allowed to give discounts to SNAP recipients that aren't receiving benefits right now. Right? He wants them to starve, and if you can't see that, you're blind.
No, look, you can't give discounts to one group of people and not the other. So you would have to discount all of your food, which that would be fine with me. I would love to see discounted grocery prices.
So they
But
can't
you
do that
it
under
for just a particular group. That's discrimination.
So the argument for that claim, right, is under the fair treatment rule to be eligible for SNAP benefits, right? So like in order for a grocery store to be eligible for SNAP benefits, they have to follow the U.S. They have to follow. I forget what it's called. I keep the Department of Agriculture. That's what we'll call it. They have to follow the Department of Agriculture's rules stating, right, that they can't give a discount to SNAP recipients that they're not giving to non-SNAP recipients. But the point and the purpose of that rule, right, is to prevent somebody from receiving SNAP benefits, right, and then using those SNAP benefits on a good that has a price that's already discounted for them, right? Not to prevent an individual that is SNAP eligible from buying a good for a lower price when they're not receiving those benefits because the government is shut down, right? Obviously, Donald Trump doesn't mind ignoring the rules. Obviously, Donald Trump doesn't mind breaking the rules, right? Like, fuck. If he's willing to infringe on the 1st, 2nd, 10th, 14th, and 22nd Amendment of our Constitution in the last 8 months, then why isn't he willing to ignore the fair treatment rule and allow grocery stores that are SNAP eligible to maintain their status as SNAP eligible, even if they were to give a discount to SNAP eligible Americans during the rest of the government shutdown?
Well, what about federal employees? What about the military? They can't give that same discount to federal employees that aren't receiving a paycheck?
Fuck, maybe they should too, right? So maybe what you're saying is that the response of the Trump administration to grocery stores trying to help out, right, like starving Americans that now don't have SNAP benefits because of Trump's government shutdown, right? Instead of telling them that they actually can't do that, right, recommend to them that they also give a discount to like furloughed federal workers. Great idea, man. Great idea,
Yeah,
right?
I'm all for it.
I'm all for that too. Okay, but can we both agree that
I'm
Donald
for
Trump's
feeding
response
the
there,
hungry.
right, which was not what we just agreed would be good, right, but was rather to say that they can't give that discount to SNAP eligible Americans at all, right? Can we agree that that's just cruel?
We can agree that that is cruel, and that it's cruel, really, of the grocery stores to be charging what they're currently charging everyday Americans.
Right. Well, Kamala Harris could agree to that. That's why she ran on. That's why she ran on policy to prevent price gouging in the grocery store. But you voted against that.
No, she ran on price control, not price gouging.
Yes, to prevent price gouging.
Do you know what Kroger's profit was last year?
Like I'd assume 4%.
No, it was less than 2.
Less than 2. Okay, and. I still think that it'd be good to have policy to prevent price gouging so that when price gouging does occur, our government can step in and say, no.
But we have that already. There are laws against price gouging.
Okay, so then why did she run on it? Was she just running on laws that already exist?
Yes.
So then what specifically is the law that she ran on? And then what law in the book already exists that you could point towards to demonstrate that it's something we already have?
There are laws in every state that prevent price gouging.
Well, I'm asking you, right? Like specifically, like give me a resource to demonstrate the specifics of the policy agenda that she ran on to prevent price gouging, and then give me another source to demonstrate that this legislation already exists.
Well, you know the legislation already exists.
I don't.
So
I don't. I'm going to
give
need you to
me
give
a
me.
po-
No,
you
no, no.
tell
You're not.
me
You're
how
not going
she
to.
was
You're not going
going
to turn this
to
around on me.
tap dance
You're
around
not.
the
You're not going to turn this one around on me because you're the one that made the claim. Give a source to demonstrate the specifics of the anti-price gouging legislation that Kamala Harris ran on, and then give me a source to demonstrate that the specifics of her policy is something that already exists. Prove your claim. Don't deflect and attempt to give that burden of proof to me.
Well, I'd have to look it up again. I don't remember it off the top of my head. I looked it up while she was talking about her proposal of, price fixing for grocery stores and gouging. And the research that I did showed that nearly every state in the country already had laws against price gouging.
Okay, so point number one, you said nearly every state, meaning not them all, so that'd still be beneficial federal legislation. And then point number two, prove it.
Well, I have to come back to prove it. I mean, I have to research it again. I don't have a photographic memory.
Okay, all right. So then I guess you just.
I know I researched it when she made the claim.
Yeah.
And I found that there were already laws against price gouging.
All right, so yeah, if you can't provide your research or your evidence for that right now, I guess you'll just have to concede the claim. Moving on to the next topic. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you consider yourself a patriot?
Yes.
Do patriots care about the Constitution?
Yes.
Okay. Would you ever support somebody as president that is strictly anti-Constitution?
No.
So then why do you support Trump as president considering that he is strictly anti-Constitution and has launched a massive attack on it? I'll just go ahead and give you an example. EO number 14160 that he passed on his first day in office to attempt to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, even though they've had that right since the ratification of the 14th Amendment in 1868.
So you understand his point on birthright citizenship, right?
Yeah, I understand it's something that is a strict attack on the Constitution.
Well, that's debatable.
I disagree. I don't think it is. And I'll prove that that's not debatable by asking you for what the valid argument would be to demonstrate that the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil don't have a claim to birthright citizenship. This is I'm actually happy that you said that your argument is that's debatable because I can prove that it's not. What is the constitutional argument to demonstrate that the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil do not have a claim to birthright citizenship per the first section of the 14th Amendment?
So what was the original intent of that amendment? What was the original intent of the 14th Amendment for birthright citizenship? What was the original intent?
To give all people born in American soil citizenship, given that they're subject to the jurisdiction of U.S. law.
Regardless of their status in the country, right?
Yeah, regardless of who you are, if you're born in American soil, you're subject to our laws, right? If you are within American, if you're within the jurisdiction of this country, right, and you're born here, right, then you're a citizen. That was the intention of the amendment.
So wasn't that to ensure that people that had been brought here as slaves that were then freed were, if they were born on U.S. soil, were to be considered U.S. citizens?
So that was one of the downstream outcomes that was also intentional. But once again, the umbrella intent was just to ensure that if you're born here, right, and you're within our jurisdiction, then you're a citizen. A downstream intent definitely was to ensure that black individuals were citizens if they're born here.
And so could you admit that if someone comes into the country illegally and is pregnant, say 7-8 months pregnant, and then has that child on U.S. soil, that child should be a U.S. citizen?
Yeah, I could agree that is exactly what the 14th Amendment says, right? Because they're within our jurisdiction and they're a person, and that's what the 14th Amendment says.
Well, that is what it says, but
right, and that's also what SCOTUS has adjudicated.
Says,
did you Like, did you know, right, that like in 1898, there was a SCOTUS case. It was called U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark. And this was adjudicated when the framers of the 14th Amendment were like literally like still alive, right? Some of them, right? And U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark, right, strictly ruled that undocumented immigrants, right, would be eligible for birthright citizenship due to the fact that they'd be within the jurisdiction of this country, right? And the only categories of individuals that would fall outside of the jurisdiction of this country would be members of like foreign invading forces, foreign diplomats, and Native Americans. But of course, that was later updated by federal law, right? So it's like if we want to go back in time, right, look at what people were thinking in the 19th century when this amendment was ratified and debated and affirmed in SCOTUS, right? Undocumented immigrants have had this right.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. The Second Amendment. Doesn't the Second Amendment say that the right of the people to bear arms shall not be infringed?
I don't know if that's expressly what it says. It says a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Correct. How many times has that amendment been infringed?
I know it was infringed by Trump when he tried to pass a bump stock ban in his first term. I know that Donald Trump is
It
arguing that it
absolutely
should
was by Trump.
by it should be infringed again by like directing his DOJ to try to find a way, right, to like ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens. I'm not really sure that I see the point here insofar as trying to get you to concede that Donald Trump launched a baseless and intentional attack on the 14th Amendment when he tried to take the birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on U.S. soil.
The point being that some of these amendments are vague, correct? Shall not be infringed. That's kind of vague.
So the interpretation of some amendments are vague, but the one of the 14th Amendment isn't.
Well, I would argue that it is.
Okay, what's your argument? Because what I see is like when we actually
The
read,
argument is the intent of the amendment.
No, the argument would be is that, well, the interpretation of the words in the amendment are vague because they haven't been made clear by SCOTUS, but that's just simply not true,
shall
right? Like
not
just
be
like
infringed,
one
is
second,
that vague?
one second. No. What makes the Second Amendment vague, quote unquote, would be the first four words that says a well-regulated militia. But now talking about the 14th Amendment, since that's what you came up here to discuss, let's just go ahead and read off the clear text of the first section. It says, and I quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Can we agree that the only part of that sentence that may possibly be vague, quote unquote, would be the words and subject to the jurisdiction thereof?
Yes.
So if we had a ruling from SCOTUS to clarify exactly what that means, then this amendment would not be vague, correct?
Correct.
Okay, well, we got that in U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark, and then that was reaffirmed in Plyer v. Doe. In U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark, okay, you could read the footnotes of Chief Justice Gray in 1898. He says, right, being subject to the jurisdiction thereof merely means, right, being within the jurisdiction thereof. And then in Plyer v. Doe in 1989, right, SCOTUS expressly ruled that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction thereof, pointing back to Justice Gray's footnotes on what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof under the 14th Amendment, and they're ruling that undocumented immigrants had protection under the 14th Amendment for the Equal Protections Clause. So
that was
that's not vague at all.
35 years ago. So you don't think anything's changed in 35 years?
Yeah, yes,
You don't
yes.
think
Legally
that
speaking,
people are
right, the
abusing
interpretation of this
14th
has
Amendment?
not changed whatsoever. That is the legal precedent that we can now agree is not vague whatsoever.
So you don't think that people abuse the 14th Amendment?
Well, now you're shifting the goalposts because remember, your first argument was that the extent of birthright citizenship per the 14th is debatable as it is vague, and I just gave you a killer argument to demonstrate that it is not vague. So now you're trying to shift the goalpost to argue that although
Look,
the
it's
14th
just as
Amendment is not
vague as the
vague, it
Second
is now
Amendment.
abused.
It's just as vague as the Second Amendment.
I just proved that it's not vague by demonstrating that we've had a clear ruling from SCOTUS twice now on exactly what the only part of the 14th Amendment that could be vague means. Okay? Remember, you just agreed that when I read the first section of the 14th, I'll read it again, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. You agreed that the only part of that sentence that could be vague would be the words and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. You then also agreed that if we had a clear ruling from SCOTUS, right, that described to us exactly what that means, then that wouldn't be vague at all. And then I gave you the clear rulings from SCOTUS that described exactly what that means, right, from U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark and Plyer v. Doe, implying that therefore birthright citizenship per the American Constitution is not vague. And you cannot, right, create a counter argument against that. And that's why as soon as I'm done speaking and you start speaking, you'll shift the goalpost and attempt to move on to your new argument that although it's not vague, it's abused.
Okay. Is the Second Amendment vague?
I'm going to be honest, man. I'm not like so up to date with litigation and interpretation of the Second Amendment from SCOTUS and federal courts, so I don't know. It could be, it could not be. I don't know.
Well, it's pretty straightforward.
Right. I mean, I don't think it is, right? Because
a well-regulated militia being necessary to defend a free state.
But like
the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
So
that right has been infringed upon.
The vagueness or the clarity.
How many times?
Well, 1 second. I'm just
times?
going to clarify this. The vagueness or the clarity of the Second Amendment would hinge on if we know what well-regulated means. And I don't know if the courts have like clearly determined what well-regulated means because I'm not up to date with like reading case law and rulings on what that means, like in American courts. But I am up to date with like reading case law and rulings surrounding the 14th Amendment, which is what I was trying to debate you about, which you are now pivoting from.
Well, that's because that's what you care about. You care about the immigration, and to be honest.
Well, I care about demonstrating that Donald Trump has launched an intentional
middle ground.
Listen, I care about demonstrating that Donald Trump has launched an intentional baseless attack on the Constitution because you said that you would stop supporting him if he has. I then demonstrated to you that he's launched that baseless and intentional attack via his attack on the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants born here. You said, Dean, that's actually debatable. And then I said, no, Guess, it's not debatable. And then you said, yes, it is, Dean, it is vague. And then I proved to you that it's not vague by demonstrating the only part of the first section of the 14th Amendment that could be considered vague has already been made clear by SCOTUS twice. Right? And then you like try to move on and pivot to the Second Amendment. And then in response to your new question, has the law changed? No.
No, it hasn't changed.
Right. No.
So
those rulings are withstanding. Plyer v. Doe is withstanding. Yes. U.S. versus Wonka Market is withstanding, meaning that my claim that the 14th Amendment is not vague is withstanding.
It is. So the law hasn't changed.
What is vague about it? Here, I'll read it off. I want you to tell me exactly what is vague about it. All persons born. No. I'm going to read it off. All persons born or naturalized in the U.S. and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the U.S. What part of that, legally speaking, is vague?
None is vague. It's the fact that times have changed to the point where you can enter the country illegally as a pregnant woman, give birth to your child in this country, and that child then becomes a U.S. citizen. And then what happens to the mother?
Fucking concession. So all that you're telling me here, right, is that you agree that the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil have a right to birthright citizenship per the 14th Amendment, and that claim is not vague and is not debatable. But you're just saying that you disagree, right, with the notion that they should have that constitutional right. Okay? Well, we're not here to debate if you agree or disagree with the 14th Amendment. We're here to debate if Donald Trump has deliberately launched an intentional attack on the 14th Amendment. And you have to concede that if the contents of the 14th Amendment, if birthright citizenship is not vague, and Donald Trump infringed on it through his executive order, then he launched a deliberate attack on it, regardless, right, if you agree with the amendment that he attacked or not.
But all the presidents attack the Constitution. That is my point with the Second Amendment.
Oh, keyword deliberate. Okay, I was very clear there. Deliberate and intentional. All right, I could agree that checks and balances work, and every so often a president does something that's unconstitutional. An example of Biden doing this would be his first round of student loan forgiveness. However, I wouldn't say when Biden first tried to forgive student loans that was ultimately ruled as unconstitutional by SCOTUS that was deliberate and intentional. All right. However, when we're talking about Donald Trump's attack on the 14th Amendment, which we just agreed is not vague and not debatable, right, and is very clear, right, very clearly in contradiction to Donald Trump's executive order, that Donald Trump is either just really stupid, has never read the 14th Amendment, or doesn't know how to read it all, or is deliberately launching an intentional attack on it because we've agreed that it's not vague.
Okay, so how is a ban on assault rifles not an intentional attack?
Well,
any
I'm not
presidential person that's proposed it.
Like I said, so I'm not familiar with case law surrounding AR bans and their constitutionality. I'm not familiar with SCOTUS's adjudication of what it means to be a well-regulated militia, so I wouldn't be able to like give you an affirmative argument there. All right. However, right, all that we'd say in this circumstance is that if you're right, if an AR ban is an intentional and deliberate attack on the Second Amendment, then Donald Trump isn't the only president that you don't support because they purport a threat to the Constitution. You'd also say that, like, I think the AR ban was passed under Clinton. You'd also say that you don't support Clinton because you think that he purports a threat to the Constitution as he deliberately and intentionally attacked it with an AR ban. But you also don't support Trump because he's a threat to the Constitution as he's deliberately and intentionally attacked it with Executive Order number 14160.
Well, Clinton didn't pass assault rifle ban. He passed an automatic
Okay. All right.
rifle.
Well, like, in theory, my point still stands, right? If a president did pass an AR ban, right, and you think that you know that that's a deliberate and intentional attack, that's obviously unconstitutional, right? Like I said, I don't even need to give a counter argument against you because, like, push comes to shove, right? You just say that you would not support a president that would do either of these two things, including what Donald Trump has done, right? And keep in mind, the scope of this conversation is just me trying to convince you to stop supporting Trump as president.
No, the point being, I have supported presidents that have attacked our constitutional rights.
Okay, well,
most of those rights being the Second Amendment.
Okay, so then what you're telling me is that you lied to me when you told me that you would stop supporting Trump if he launched an attack on the Constitution.
Well, if it's okay, so what you're talking about is a straight out. You think that Trump wants to do away with the Constitution, right?
Actually, yeah, I do.
You think he's very anti-Constitution? No, I don't believe that.
Okay, well, that's what he said.
Well, what he said in 22.
Yeah, how did you know that's what I was going to point towards?
Well, because I listened to you.
You obviously have.
This isn't my first time.
Yeah, December of 2022, he went on Truth Social, and he said that, well, the election in 2020 was stolen from him. Therefore, this would allow for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
As they pertain to the election results.
Well,
not as an entirety.
Well, if it wasn't an entirety, then why did he use the word all?
You're intentionally putting that out of context.
What does the word all mean?
Right?
Does all mean entirety?
No, not in this case.
Okay,
when he
well,
said all, it was pertaining to the 2020 election.
Okay, well, I just
all
like completely
rules and regulations pertaining to the 2020 election.
Okay, well, I mean, obviously, I just think that you're being like unfair and intentionally dense if you don't think all means in entirety, right? But even assuming like your unfair and intentionally dense, right, assumption of what Donald Trump meant when he said all, you're basically saying when he said all, he didn't mean all, which is insane, right? But regardless of that, even if he was just strictly calling for the termination of the Constitution as it would relate to like rules of election, I'd say that is still more than enough reason to never support him as president if you consider yourself to be a patriot. I mean, how fucking dystopian, authoritarian, and fascist is that? Like, you acknowledging that the president that you support to run this country has called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles in the Constitution that would apply to the rules, boundaries, regulations, so on and so forth of elections. That's so dystopian.
Of the 2020 election.
Right.
Not
That's
all.
so dystopian.
Because at the time, he felt that there was evidence of fraud during the election.
Yeah, and if I'm a cop and I just feel like you've murdered somebody with no evidence, and then I go and I put you in cuffs, I take you away, and I give you the death penalty, right? Like, obviously, like, I'm going to be doing something wrong here because you didn't actually murder anybody, and I didn't give you due process. So even if Donald Trump baselessly thinks that the election was stolen from him without evidence, right, and then he calls for the termination of the Constitution, tries to rig and steal it back like he did through the fake electorate plot, he's in the wrong there because he's fucking crazy, and he's taking his craziness out by playing authoritarian dictator and attempting to rig the outcome of an election and void the voice and the vote of like 82 million American citizens that voted for Biden, right? Kicking his ass out of office.
How many voted for Biden?
Yeah, what was it, like 82, 86?
How many voted for Kamala?
I don't know. Less than 70, 76, 72? 72, I don't know. I think it's like 72, right?
I believe it was 72 million.
I was right, cool.
What happened to the 10 million voters?
Either didn't vote or voted for Trump.
Now, why would they do that?
Well, maybe because of the economic instability onset by the pandemic, right, which then Donald Trump turned around and blasted for 4 years straight, blaming it on Biden, which then Biden responded to by saying nothing.
So would you vote based on economic stability?
Would I vote based on economic stability? I'd vote based upon the economic policy of a president suggested and how it influenced the economy.
Would you ever vote for a Republican?
Would I ever vote for a Republican? If the Republican was the best option in the election, yes. Is that likely? No.
Okay, so we're the same, only different.
We're the same, but we're not the same. I know. Yeah, we're not the same.
Yeah, because I would vote for a Democrat. In fact, when Tulsi Gabbard ran in 2020, if she had won the nomination, I probably would have voted for her.
Right. Like, well, dude, it's self-implied in my statement that I would vote for a Republican if the Republican was the best candidate in the race, that I'd be voting for the best candidate, right? But in my follow-up statement there saying that that's unlikely is because I just think right now in America, it is so totally unlikely that the conservatives would ever host the best candidate, as the conservatives have perpetually been the party that has propped up people like Trump who have raped women, boasted about sexually exploiting kids, passed economic policy to take healthcare away from 10 million people, refused to abide by a court order to feed 42 million people, imposed tariffs on our allies, destroyed the global economy, destroyed our own economy, and so on and so forth, right? Like, I honestly don't think that's going to be the party, right, that in my lifetime will prop up a candidate that's better than the rest.
Well,
Is it
how's he
possible?
destroyed
Sure,
the
but definitely
economy?
unlikely.
How's he destroyed the economy?
I mean, we got a jobs report this morning that said in the last month there's been 153,000 Americans laid off. That's the worst since 2009.
What's
So
the
you tell
current
me.
rate of inflation?
It's the current rate of inflation. I don't think that, I don't know, was it like 3.2, 3.3, something like that?
2.9.
2.9 according to whom?
2.9. Is the average cost of a gallon of gasoline up?
Wait. 2.9 according to whom? And then why are you pivoting? Because you asked me how he's destroying the economy. I brought up that last month we had single-handedly the most layoffs since 2009.
Okay, there's job loss. Is that the only marker for an economy?
No, would you
That's
like
the
me to
only
keep
thing
going?
we look at objectively to say the economy is doing well or poorly is the job market.
It's one of the main factors, right? But I mean, I could keep going.
It is a main
like for
factor, but
instance,
so is
right?
inflation.
GDP
So I
growth.
didn't pivot.
GDP growth
I
is
simply
down.
brought up another economic standard
GDP
that we
growth-
would look at.
GDP growth is down, right? A percentage compared to what it was last year. Business investment is going down every single quarter, every single month when it was booming under Biden. I mean, we're seeing instability inside of the stock market. We're seeing a lot of unemployment, growing level of unemployment, and
The
inflation.
stock market just hit record highs.
Yeah, after what, like going down like 4% a month ago because he increased tariffs on China by 300%. I said instability.
And what did he say? He said, hang tight. It's going to come back. And it did at a record level.
Yeah, after he fucking took the tariffs
Did
off,
the
like on
stock
Liberation
market
Day.
not fluctuate under Biden?
Like on Liberation Day, right? When he imposed tariffs on all of our allies, market dropped by over 7% in one day. Then he's like, "Whoa, we need to take these tariffs off." Then it rebounded. Yeah, of course, it's bound to come back if we relieve the pressure that was causing it to go down in the first place. Right? And then also, why did you just completely pivot away from the argument that I gave you to demonstrate that Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution? Why do you just completely pivot away from the argument that I gave you to demonstrate that Donald Trump has called for the termination of the Constitution? How the hell can you ever support a president that would do that? Why did you just completely pivot away from my argument that I gave you to demonstrate that Donald Trump has literally tried to
pivot
coup
away
the outcome
from
of
it.
a
I gave
federal
you
election?
a perfectly legitimate answer. I told you.
No. Your
that
answer
he
was, why do you think
talking
Donald Trump is a
about-
threat to the economy? And then I entertained that line of thought until now.
No, you asked, is he a threat to the Constitution? I say no.
How
He
can
is
you-
no more threat to the Constitution than any other president has been in our history.
So did Biden infringe on the First, Second, 10th, 14th, and 22nd Amendment in 10 months?
Yes, Biden did infringe on the First and the Second Amendment and the Fourth Amendment.
There's still less
Right?
infringements.
Are you aware
There's
of
still
the-
less,
what's
There's
it
still less
called,
infringements than Trump, but I mean, what are they? What were his infringements on the First Amendment?
TikTok.
What about TikTok?
They were going to ban TikTok.
So supporting the
You don't
TikTok
remember
ban
that?
is like anti First Amendment. Didn't like SCOTUS rule otherwise?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that
Wait. I literally no.
Is an infringement of First Amendment rights.
Yeah, SCOTUS ruled otherwise. I like, dude. I obviously like I know this because like I use TikTok as a large part of what we do, right? I very expressly remember flying home from LA to here in Colorado, listening to SCOTUS's oral arguments and ruling on if a ban on TikTok would ingress on the First Amendment, and they ruled 9-0 that it wouldn't. Right? Like, let me tell you what decision it was. SCOTUS ruling on constitutionality of TikTok ban. That's why the ban was furthered. Yep, here we go. So you can actually find this by going on Google, typing in Supreme Court 24-656 TikTok Inc. versus Garland. This is their ruling that was 9-0 when they adjudicated that no, a ban on TikTok is not an infringement on the First Amendment.
Okay. What did SCOTUS rule on Roe v. Wade?
The Dobbs decision where they overturned it. Well, how is this relevant to me refuting and disproving your claim that a TikTok ban is an ingressment upon the First Amendment?
It's relevant because the Supreme Court is right when it favors your agenda, but it's wrong when it doesn't.
No, I don't think that you understand what I'm saying here, right? So I'm saying that, like, legally speaking, constitutionally speaking, the TikTok ban, right, is not an infringement on the First Amendment, which is true. By the way, that doesn't further my agenda, okay? Right? Like, I want to stay on TikTok. I run daily lives on here. I would prefer it to be an infringement on the First Amendment. Don't get me wrong, but matter of fact is that it's not because SCOTUS ruled that. Just like in accordance with the current legal interpretation of the Constitution, no, access to abortion is not protected, right, under the privacy clause of the 14th Amendment because of the Dobbs decision. That's also a fact.
Correct.
Right? So I'm not like agreeing or disagreeing based upon if it's something that I personally think should be the case or shouldn't be the case. I'm just simply saying that it is the case that no, right, the TikTok ban is not unconstitutional per SCOTUS's ruling, and no, abortions are not constitutionally protected per SCOTUS's ruling, right? Do I wish it was otherwise? Yeah, absolutely. But is it otherwise? No.
Okay, so let's move on to the Second Amendment. So Biden didn't propose any bans on weapons, any bans on semi-automatic weapons. No, I mean, he was just...
Well, I mean, I just want to make it clear, like, you are now like implicitly shifting the goalpost because you're the one that made the argument he did infringe on it, right? Like a proposition of an AR ban, even if you think an AR ban is unconstitutional, it's not an infringement on the Second Amendment because it didn't actually go into effect.
Well, that's true, but he proposed it, correct?
Well, I mean, I don't know if he proposed it. I know that Kamala Harris was a fan, but what I do know is that you originally argued that he actually did infringe on the Second Amendment. And now you're shifting the goalpost to saying, well, he might have proposed a constitutional infringement, but this is not the same thing as actually infringing. And you argued that he actually infringed on the First Amendment. You argued that he actually...
Well, that's the same argument you gave for the 14th Amendment.
No, because it's not the same argument because Donald Trump actually passed Executive Order number 14160 that infringed on the 14th.
But he didn't enact it. It's not.
He did enact it with his signature on the EO. It was enacted. Yes, it was law. The moment he put a signature on it, it was unconstitutional, illegal law that was then struck down by various federal courts.
And it's going to the Supreme Court, right, for interpretation.
We've already had this conversation, man. It's already been interpreted by SCOTUS. Plyer v. Doe and U.S. versus Wonka Mark, buddy. You're boxed.
Well, but things change, just like Roe v. Wade.
Okay, so it can change in the future, just like Roe v. Wade, but it hasn't yet. Therefore, when he signed that executive order into law, he actually infringed on the current interpretation of the 14th. Get fucking boxed. You're cooked. You're cooked, kid.
Okay.
Concede.
Fourth Amendment.
No. Don't just say Fourth Amendment. Concede.
No, I'm not going to concede that.
Wait, why? Why not? What did I say that was wrong? What did you say that was right? I think I made a pretty clear argument there. Donald Trump actually infringed on the 14th Amendment. Biden didn't actually infringe on the Second Amendment. Am I wrong?
No.
Okay.
So both were attempts to infringe. Both.
No, absolutely not.
I mean, you can't admit that?
No, I can't because this is not true.
You can't admit that for the majority of Democrats, gun control or infringing upon the Second Amendment rights is one of their priorities. You can't admit that?
No, I can't admit that because it's not their it's not the priority of the Democrats to focus on passing legislation that will never stand via a conservative SCOTUS because it's unconstitutional by nature. Not only will I not admit that, I will full-heartedly reject that. Okay? It is not the priority of any good lawmaker to focus on creating laws that are illegal and will not stand.
Well, that we can agree on. I can agree to that.
Yeah, therefore, it's not the priority of Democrats to pass legislation that's anti-2A.
I would argue against that.
Right, because you think Democrats are bad lawmakers. Didn't know the Democrats were the ones that passed the most expensive policy in this country's history that redistributed wealth from the poor to the rich and took health care away from 10 million low-income Americans. Oh, wait, that was Trump.
No, wait. No, there was more redistribution of wealth to the wealthy Americans under the Biden administration than any previous.
I said policy to cause wealth redistribution. I understand that wealth redistribution occurred with the pandemic, absolutely, but that wasn't caused by
So
Biden's
you
policy.
don't think any of Biden's policies created more wealth disparity in the wealth? Did you read the PACT Act? Do you understand what all was in the PACT Act?
An $800 million investment into the VA?
And where did the majority of that investment go?
Into the VA?
Into leasing buildings?
To build more hospitals?
No, not to build more hospitals.
You know, what do they do with the money?
In 2018.
And also, I don't think that you're really going to be able to convince me here that even if like every single dollar, right, of this $800 million bill was like just put into the pockets of the richest among us, would be great redistribution of wealth. Okay, like the great redistribution of wealth that we're seeing, like under the Big Beautiful Bill, for instance, is to the tune of like trillions of dollars. But like obviously, right, giving the VA $800 million to allow over 1 million veterans to access services that they couldn't before, even if some of that money was spent on leasing facilities to help get that done, right, is like not going to redistribute wealth from the poor to the rich. If anything, right, it's going to better enable, right, like low-income veterans that have been suffering like debilitating like chronic illnesses that were not covered under the VA to now be covered by the VA, so they can become healthy, then enter the workforce and scale and grow their own income, reducing income inequity. So that was a terrible argument.
No, it's not a terrible argument.
Right, and then how the hell are you going to complain about a bill to help the VA? That's crazy.
Listen. I am a veteran. I am also a disabled veteran. So I take advantage of the VA, of the medical treatment that is afforded to me for my service to the country.
Roaches for raid. Disabled vet complains about bill that helps disabled vets.
No, because only a partial amount of the bill helped disabled vets. The rest went to wealthy real estate tycoons.
Okay, can you please give me a source to
understand
demonstrate that a vast majority of the funding under the PACT Act was put back into the pockets of very wealthy real estate tycoons that led to no benefit for disabled veterans?
Go read the PACT Act and you'll see how much money was allocated.
Oh, I mean,
so
if you want to give me a source for that, because it's your claim, you can. If you're not going to give me a source for that, instead tell me to do your own homework.
The source for that is the bill itself.
Sure, what page?
Go read the bill.
PACT Act Congress.gov. Got it pulled up right now. So where in this PACT Act can I find great loads of wealth put into the pockets of very wealthy real estate tycoons?
Well, scroll down past the part that helps veterans.
Yeah,
and you'll find it.
Scroll past that. So where do I find it?
Scroll down.
Where do I find it?
Scroll down.
I'm
You're going to
looking at
find
it
it.
right now.
If you continue to scroll down, you'll find it.
Okay, come on, bro. You're fucking with me.
So while you're looking at it, do you know what
No, you're fucking with me right now. You're fucking with me right now.
No, do you know?
No. Point me towards exactly point me towards where exactly inside of this PACT Act I can find this great redistribution of wealth to wealthy people. I have it in front of me.
If you read the bill, you'll find it.
Okay, can you give me an idea of like what it says so I could like search for it based upon the words?
It'll say how many millions or billions per state, per city, per building went towards leasing buildings that the VA will never use.
Okay, so what title is that under? Is that under Title 2, Title 3, Title 4, Title 5, Title 6, or Title 7 of the VA?
I'm not sitting in front of my computer, so I can't tell you the title, but it's in there.
Okay.
But listen to this argument. What is the VA's budget annually?
If no proof.
What is the VA's budget annually?
I don't know. Let's look it up. If no proof, then claim dead.
Okay, look up annual VA budget.
$441 billion. Well, actually,
how many?
It's a request. Around 400 billion. The total for last year totaled 326 billion.
Yeah, it was around it's in the 300 billion.
Yeah.
Ballpark. It changes year to year.
Yeah.
Right. Through the appropriations. Okay. How many veterans are in the United States? How many veterans?
Let's see. There's an estimated what? There's an estimated veterinarians. There's an estimated 124,000 veterinarians in the U.S. Not veterans. Around 17.5 million.
So how many? How many? Repeat that.
Around
How many
17.5 million.
Okay. So do the math.
Do the math about what?
So take the VA budget, divide it by the number of veterans.
Okay. I just don't understand where we're going with this or how this relates to why you support Trump, but I can.
All right, take a look.
Give me a second. This would be like an average funding per veteran of $18,000 per year.
So do you think the VA provides $18,000 worth of support per veteran per year?
On average, yeah, that seems pretty reasonable.
It's not even close.
Healthcare is like absorbently expensive. I think that my last trip to the ER totaled like $30,000, and like they just gave me a fucking X-ray. It's ridiculous.
Okay, you realize that only about 20% of veterans qualify for VA care.
Well,
because you have to have a service-related disability.
Well, then that's why we had that's why the PACT Act was so great. That's why the PACT Act was so fucking great, right? Because the PACT Act costs a fraction of the current VA budget at $800 million, but expanded eligibility, right, to over 1 million new veterans. Okay, what's like, what is the percentage of 1 million out of 17 million? Do you know?
Got to be about between 6 and 7%.
Okay, right. And then what is the percentage of $800 million out of $325 billion? A fraction of a percent. So all the PACT Act wanted to do was it wanted to increase the VA budget by a fraction of a percent to increase eligibility from 6 to 7%. You can't tell if you care about fiscal responsibility and expanding access to the VA, you cannot sit here and tell me that the PACT Act was bad.
No, that part of the PACT Act was excellent.
Right.
Giving more vets health care and disability benefits is great. That's great.
Well, is there any other reasons that you have
that was contained in the PACT Act?
All right. Well, I mean,
I disagree.
I've already asked you for like the provisions of the PACT Act where I could read and like you could have that proven, but of course you said that you can't. Is there any other reasons that you'd like to go over insofar as why you support Trump, or any other responses that you'd like to give to the claims that I've made that you haven't conceded, right? Such as the claim that I fucking proved Donald Trump was a threat to the Constitution, and then you were like, no, and then you just kind of moved on. Or like, do you want to go over like how you as a veteran that like fought and became disabled, as you said, to like defend this country and its constitution was like put on the line when Donald Trump launched his fake electors plot of 2020 to literally rig and steal the election from Biden? Right. And just like how it's insane, right? That like the rights that you fought for, the rights that like you gained a disability by fighting for are the rights that Donald Trump brushed off and tried to infringe on when he attempted to steal that election.
Well, I don't agree with the stealing the election. I don't agree with what Trump had done. I also don't agree with the prosecution of most of the January 6ers. And I don't...
Pivot.
Well, you can call it a pivot if you want, but...
As it is.
Well, do you think they were over-prosecuted?
Pivot.
All right. You can call it a pivot.
It is. It is. I'm asking you to respond to the fact that you are a veteran that fought for the Constitution and become disabled in your fight for the Constitution. How the hell can you support somebody as president that launched such a large attack on that Constitution when he literally tried to rig the outcome of the election? And then instead of responding to that question, you're asking me about people that were prosecuted for smearing their shit on the walls of the Capitol. All right.
Well, let's say that at the time he believed that the election was rigged against him.
Okay, that doesn't give him the right to try to steal it, right? Especially considering the fact that it wasn't rigged against him.
Well, did he try to steal it?
Yes. It's fake
Well-
electors plot.
He did not want the elector certified, which would have just prolonged.
No, he wanted his fake elector certified.
What fake electors?
The fake slates of electors that he sent to 7 key swing states that Biden had won, and he sent them with like fake certificates of ascertainments or like the total vote from those states to then shoot back to Congress to have Mike Pence certify as real. You know, like he admitted to this all, by the way.
Well, we always go back to January 6th, don't we?
Yeah, J6, like by far, is the worst thing that Donald Trump has ever done while serving as the president of this country. One of, if not the worst. One of, if not the worst. Right? Like, obviously, yes, right? We will always go back to a conversation about Donald Trump trying to end the American democracy.
No, I don't think he's trying to end American democracy. I think he's just
Yes, the American democracy would have been ended if he was successful in his fake elector scheme.
Well, I think he just wanted a fair election. He
Listen,
felt that it was rigged.
Right. He felt like it was rigged, so therefore he tried to end our democracy and rigging it back, right?
Well, isn't that the same thing Hillary Clinton did?
No, it's not. Hillary Clinton.
It's not?
Hillary Clinton pursued the proper
fake
legal channels.
Russia-
Hillary Clinton
with
pursued the
fake
proper.
Russia stuff.
Oh my
and
God.
Aren't there's there's some people currently under investigation?
Yo, check this
for
shit out.
infringing on
Check
the
this shit
rights
out.
of senators.
Check this shit out. If Hillary
Right?
Clinton
Arctic Frost
tried
or
to,
something it's called.
if Hillary Clinton tried to end the American democracy, I would not support Hillary Clinton as president. If Donald Trump tried to end the American democracy by genuinely attempting to rig a federal election, would you still support him as president?
Being as he's the only choice that I felt that I had, yeah. I mean, what other choice did I have?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Really?
Wait, you're telling me that you would still think that Kamala Harris was worse than Trump, even if you genuinely believed that Donald Trump tried to end the democracy?
Yeah, that's how bad Kamala Harris is.
God, what did she run on? What has she done that is worse than trying to end the American democracy?
Dude, she's fake. You can't see that?
Oh my God. Quote
Might as well
unquote
be a
fake.
bot.
Dude,
She might as well be a bot.
Dude, I will take the world's fakest politician, right, over a dictator. I will take the world's fakest democratically elected politician
Trump's
over
not
a
a dictator.
fascist. Right?
He's not a
Right?
fascist.
But listen, what about her was specifically fake, right? That demonstrates how she's specifically worse, right, than the guy that tried to end the American democracy. What about her? Be specific.
Okay, tax cuts.
Dude, she wanted to cut taxes for 130 million American workers in the low and the middle class. So reducing
Who's
wealth
the
income,
last-
we're reducing
Dean,
income
who's the
disparities.
last
I just want
Democrat
to
to cut
clarify.
taxes?
So you think that reducing income disparities, right, is literally worse, right, than trying to end the American democracy? How so?
Dean, who's the last Democrat to cut taxes?
I don't know. Don't pivot.
I'm not pivoting.
You are, right?
They
Because I'm
never
asking you how her
cut
tax
taxes.
cuts. I'm asking you how
They
her tax
never
cuts.
cut taxes.
Well, she would have. That's
so
what she
she
ran on.
couldn't deliver on that. That was fake.
Wait, so why don't you think that she could deliver on that?
No, she couldn't deliver
Why
on
not?
cutting taxes.
Why not?
Because that's not their intent. They never cut taxes. Name one time the Democrats have cut taxes. Name one.
I mean, shit. Name one time a Democrat has ran on introducing new tax code, then gives the specifics about how it will cut taxes. Right, and and by the way, the only reason that I can't name a time a Democrat has cut taxes is because, like, the only tax reform that I'm familiar with, because I'm only 21, would be, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and the Big Beautiful Bill. Right, I'm only 21, so like maybe if I was older, I'd be able to give you like more specifics about that. But like just due to my age and like the country that I grew up in, right, the only two times we've seen tax bills sent through Congress was in 2018 with the TCGA and now 2025 with the Big Beautiful Bill.
Okay, let's talk about the TCGA.
No, let's talk
RJ.
about like what you think was true of Kamala Harris that literally made her worse, right, than Donald Trump, even if you would know that Donald Trump tried to end the American democracy, right? And by the way, arguably, even if what you're saying about here is real, not cutting taxes is not worse than ending the American democracy. Do you agree?
I agree.
Okay, so therefore,
Did
that
democracy
doesn't
end?
not make her worse than Trump.
democracy didn't end. It'll never end.
Because he was unsuccessful in his attempt.
Well, and because there are, what'd you say, 17 million veterans? They would never allow that to happen.
Dude, you're actively supporting the guy that tried to make it happen. I don't know about that.
But it didn't.
And you're actively supporting the guy that tried to.
But it didn't.
But you're still supporting the guy that tried to.
I'm supporting him for
like think about it this way.
reasons
Imagine that you had like
I
a
care
10
about.
Listen, imagine that you had a 10-year-old daughter, okay, and like some 40-year-old man tried to rape her but failed because maybe the front door was locked or she was able to like run to the neighbor's house, okay? Would you still judge the fuck out of that guy that tried to rape her and failed?
Yeah.
Would you ever support him?
A guy that tried to rape my daughter?
But failed, yeah.
Are you fucking insane?
Exactly.
No.
See, yeah, it's fucking insane to suggest that if somebody tries to do something really, really, really bad, right, that you'd ever support them, even if they failed in doing that thing that was really, really, really bad. Right? Do you see how like your logic here arguing, right, that like you don't care that Donald Trump tried to end the American democracy because he failed in his attempt to do so is like just insane?
He didn't try to end American democracy. He questioned the legitimacy of the election results.
No, don't dress it up. He didn't just question it, right? He didn't just contest it with legal channels.
It's the same thing Hillary Clinton did,
Oh my
and it's
God.
the same thing that some Democrats are doing now.
Al Gore and Hillary Clinton
in the 2024 election.
Al Gore and Hillary Clinton, right, did not like pursue illegal means to try to rig the outcome of the election. Al Gore and Hillary Clinton pursued the proper legal channels to legally contest it, and then once those legal channels told them that they were wrong, they conceded. Donald Trump, on the other hand, literally launched a coup, a plot to rig and steal it by installing fake votes for himself on Congress on J6, okay? Right? The facts are not identical. Two completely uncomparable circumstances that only like small-brained idiot Trump supporters would make.
No, you're wrong.
Okay,
because
and you're
Hillary
coping,
Clinton
and you're-
has
and you're
said
coping.
forever
You're coping.
that Trump was illegitimate.
You're coping. No, she actually conceded once SCOTUS ruled that he wasn't.
And then she claimed, and still claims, that he was illegitimate.
Fuck. Okay, I don't believe you. I think that she conceded, right? But even if she did, right? Like honestly, dude. Like my point here, it wouldn't be as strong if Donald Trump just said that Biden rigged it, but then left in peace. Okay, what makes it so strong was the fake elector scheme, where he tried to install fake votes for himself in Congress and failed.
I agree that he should have left peacefully.
Right. He didn't. He tried to install fake votes for himself in Congress. He tried to rig it. What about this isn't getting through your dense, thick skull?
It's getting, trust me, it's getting through my skull. That's how bad Kamala is. You're not listening.
What? Oh, wait, I asked you what about hers worse?
80 million people
you said not
in
being
this
able to cut
country
taxes?
agree with me.
Right, just like
They
90
agree with me.
Yeah, just like 90%.
You understand? You're the minority.
Well, actually, no, you're the minority. Right now, Donald Trump's approval rating is 37%. So pipe the fuck down.
What is the Democrat approval rating?
Right now, the favorability rating of the Democratic Party is 33%. And guess what? If I had to vote for my favorability of the Democratic Party, I'd say unfavorable. All right, because I think that the Democratic Party, right, can be a lot better with a couple changes. I'm on the unfavorable side. I am. Do I still describe myself as a Democrat? Absolutely. Am I still likely going to vote blue up and down the ballot every single time? Absolutely. Does that change the fact that I have an unfavorable view of the Democratic Party? Absolutely not. Right? But matter of fact, you are a part of the minority, right, that supports Trump. Only 37% of individuals do, right? So don't try to pull that card. Not to mention, right, that you cannot justify your own ignorance, sophistry, and hypocrisy because you went from saying that you would never support a threat to the Constitution and now saying, right, the woman was worse, right, than the guy that tried to end the American democracy by arguing that 80 million people voted for him in the election, right? 90% of humans for all of human history thought that the earth was flat, right? That didn't make it not round. So it's time for you to calm down. It's time for you to associate yourself with facts. I fear that you are gone into the cult, and this is unfucking believable.
No, I'm calm. I'm perfectly calm. And I'll support J.D. Vance when he's up for election in 2028. It'll probably be a Vance Tulsi ticket, Tulsi Gabbard.
Dude, let me thank a couple people real quick. I just need a break.
What do you
from
think
this.
about that?
I need a break from this nonsense real quick. Evan, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Who says, "What's up, Dean? What's up, Evan? Appreciate you for the $10." Maya, thank you for the $10. Who says, "Always look forward to your streams. Glad the mic quality is back." Yeah, I don't know why it was so shitty when I was in Boulder. Thank you for the $10, Maya. And then Amanda, thank you for the $10 as well, saying, "Stop saying IDIOT." Yeah, I'm gonna get banned for that again. And then Brianna, this came in 49 minutes ago, but I still really want to thank you. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you, Brianna. Brianna says, "I'm currently in a class senior year, and it's called Unlocking Political Campaigns. And there was an assignment that was talking about the average political advertisement. And here's a link if you want to show it on live. It's hilarious. I'll take a look. Thank you so much for sending me that. I want y'all to show some love to Brianna down below in that chat for the $20. And then Sean, thank you for the $16 over on Venmo, calling Trump evil. Deadass, appreciate you for that love, Sean. Ashley with a 3, Kaya with a 3, Steve with a 5, Camilo, thank you so much for the $5. I also appreciate you, Brianna, with the $5 as well. We are all cut up over on Venmo, taking a look at PayPal. Harold, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Dude, Harold, it is so good to see you again today, my friend. Thank you so much for the love. I want everyone watching to show some love to Mr. fucking Harold down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Let's get 500 Harold W's as well as 100 Terrence W for the $10. Then Amani, thank you so much for the $15, who says, "Hey, Dean, I'm so happy that Prop 50 passed. I've been a dim my whole life, but I got the message mixed up and voted no. You and Parker got me really into being an informed voter." Well, listen, Amani, even though you got it mixed up and you voted no, it passed, so it's okay. Happy that you're on the right side of history, and we all make mistakes sometimes. Thank you for the $15. Shout out to you. And then Shayla and Eliza, thank you both for the $15 as well. Thank you, guys. And then Dee, thank you so much for the $28 over on PayPal. Holy shit, thank you, Dee. Let's get 300 DDWs. Dee says, "I'm starting to think MAGA is drying up in part because of you." You know what? I think the work that we do here is important. And dude, we have 500,000 people coming in and out every day. So I would say that we have an impact. The impact of the streams, right, is meaningful and is present. Thank you guys so much for the love. Then one last big one here. S, thank you so much for the 50 Australian dollars over on YouTube. Holy shit. Thank you so much, S. S says, with the $50, sending some love for this absolute masterclass in logical debate. You know what? I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your kindness, S. I will say, right, yeah, the debate that I'm having with this guy, right, is it's pretty clean. I'm pretty cleanly dismantling his points. That's what happens when people allow me to speak and don't just get absolutely flustered. Although this guy's dead wrong and ultimately very deep in the Trump cult, right? He's allowing me to speak, which means he's allowing me to completely dismantle his points. And then Gene, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. And Gabby, thank you for the 28 Canadian dollars on Super Chat too, who says, "Me and all my friends love watching your lives. Keep it up, Dean." Thank you, Gabby. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pin message of that YouTube stream. Now back to you, sir. I'm going to move on to the next guest at this point. You have a good rest of your day, and I hope that you figure your shit out soon, bro.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. I want to get to the point you pivoted on.
Where did I pivot away from?
Why does the Affordable Care Act require subsidies?
Don't know.
Because it's not affordable.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's because the Republicans put a poison pill into the bill when Obama was president and didn't give it enough funding to be all in.
How many Republicans voted for the ACA Act? How many?
After putting their poison pills in, wouldn't doubt it was quite a few. Enough to pass it.
Zero.
Shit, really?
Yeah, it passed through reconciliation.
You guys, you should have voted
the same way the big beautiful bill passed.
You guys really should have passed it. You guys really should have passed it. Look at that. The Republicans fighting against affordable health care. Wow. And by the way, you're saying maybe it has requires subsidies to run because it's not affordable? No, it's affordable for the average American, okay? Even if it requires subsidies to pay for it through the tax dollars. I think that is a great place to spend our money. And by the way, if we shouldn't be spending money on things that require subsidies, then how do you feel about the $700 per year that the average American taxpayer pays into corporate fucking subsidies to line the pockets of billionaires like Elon Musk and like Trump? What is up? Do you support Trump, Claudette? Hi, are you MAGA? Nope. We're going to go and kick you and move on to the next guest. I think that we got a couple donors as well over on PayPal. Dude, Maximilian. Dude, thank you so much for the $60. One moment, RC. Wait, I'm so sorry. Before I thank you, Maximilian, one moment. What's up, RC? How old are you?
Wait, I joined
Yeah, it's because it's a child. I got to get the child out of here. But anyways, back to you, Maximilian. Thank you so much for this $60 donation over on PayPal. Maximilian, that is so incredibly kind. Thank you so much for your support. Seriously, man. Maximilian with the $60 says, Dean, your voice is what this generation needs. You're killing it. That orange fraud is tearing apart families and our nation. You, my friend, are a gentleman and a scholar. Keep fighting the good fight. Wishing you nothing but success. Rock on, brother. Dude, Maximilian, thank you not just for the $60, but also for your kind words. You're the fucking shit, man. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to Maximilian down below in that chat.
I did not vote for it. I vote for Tuna Fish Dairy.
Funny fetus. Funny 14-year-old. Moving on to the next guest. All right. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Dean, can I coddle your dick right now? I kind of want to dick ride you.
Nope. I'm good. You take care there. We're going to move on to the next guest here. We got Trigger loading up into the box. Here we go, folks. Over on PayPal as well. Thank you so much for the $20, Christopher. Christopher, the $20 says, hey, Dean, a long-time listener, first-time donor, had to show some love for the Radiohead shirt. Keep fighting the good fight. Well, thank you so much for the love, man. Yeah, I don't pull this shirt out often. Thank you so much, Christopher. I'm happy that you enjoy the streams. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Not really, but I wanted to ask you a question.
Well, guess what? I'm only talking to people that support Trump, so you're going to get muted, quite frankly. Guys, only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're going to go ahead and throw up the other background right now. How do you still support Trump? Only hop in the queue if that applies to you. What's up? Are you MAGA? Okay, guess not. You take care, Merrick. Loading on to the next guest, guys. Please only join if you're here to debate. Yo, Caesar, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you, man. Good to see you again. And then McConnie, thank you for the $5 as well over on Venmo. Thank you so much. All right, we are going to go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. Only join if you're MAGA. This next guest, their name is Logical Man. I bet that they're very illogical. Hello, do you support Trump?
Wait. Yes.
Age?
But
Age.
how do? What?
Age.
Bro. I just want to.
Moving on to the next guest. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up right now. We got Tracy Lynn connecting. Total fetus. Total child. Total child. Dying over here, folks. I feel so sick. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? Tracy, are you with us? Tracy, I'm gonna have to ban you. This is gonna hurt me badly. Banned. I'm dead inside now. Moving on to the next guest. This person has a Canadian flag in their name. Automatically banned. And moving on to Lynn. Yo, over on Super Chat, thank you for the $20, Maddie. Thank you so much. That is MATTIE. Maddie with the $20 says just $20 and a hello. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Maddie. And then Gabby with a $14 Canadian says always looking forward to your lives after school, teen. Gabby, it's good to see you. It's good to see you. Thank you for the love. What's going on, Lainey? Do you support Trump? Oh, Lainey's on pause. Probably means that Lainey's leaving. I guess we'll also get Ty Howard up here. We're going to get Janet up here. We're going to load in all the Trump supporters. What's up, Ty? Do you support Trump?
I do.
You do? Ty, how old are you?
I am 48 years old.
When you support Trump, I'm going to puke in my mouth, Ty.
Oh, don't do that.
Yeah, I'm going to puke everywhere. Oh, because how the hell do you still support Trump? Okay, he's terrible.
I kind of like what you said earlier. No kind of matter. Like you talked about the unfavorability rating with Democrats, you always vote blue. I'm the same way. I always vote red because their policies align with the way I believe.
Okay, so you're telling us that you support Trump because of his policies. Which ones? Name three.
Yeah. Let's do. You want to start with immigration?
No, just name three Trump policies that you're a fan of. Be specific.
So immigration policy, deporting people who are not here legally.
Okay, mass deportation. I'll take that. It's technically not a policy, but we could write it off as one. Name two more.
Okay. His international policy on how he dealt with Israel.
Okay. So you want Israel to have more money? You want, what do you want here?
I think we should be a full supporter of Israel for multiple reasons.
Okay, full supporter of Israel.
Yep.
Super terrible. Okay. What's one more?
Tax policy.
So you're a fan of the big beautiful bill?
I'm a fan of the tax breaks that were passed in his first term that Biden kept alive.
Because they wouldn't be able to pass any new ones, right? They had to let the bill expire first in order to get enough congressional support to do so. All right.
Yep.
So which point do you want to start with here first?
We can do it. You want to do immigration? We'll just go in order.
Yeah, we'll go in order. So you said that you support
so
mass deportation. What is one
Yes.
specific positive material outcome of mass deportation on this country?
Well, I believe we have laws, okay? And I believe that those laws have penalties. And I know a lot of times you talk about it's a civil, if they break the law, it's just a civil thing. But the penalty for them breaking that law is deportation.
Yeah.
And so I think we have a law and we should honor that system and people should pay the price for the law they break.
Okay, if people should pay the price for the law that they break, regardless of its outcome on this country, right? Because mass deportation only hurts this country. Here's my question. What do you think the penalty should be for sexually exploiting little girls and or naked women?
The penalty that comes with that.
What do you think the penalty should be?
What's the penalty in our system right now if somebody does that?
I think it varies by type of exploitation, state, district, so on and so forth.
Well, you could also say as the owner of...
I'm asking you what you think the penalty should be.
I don't go by opinion. I go with what the law is. Whatever the penalty should be is what should be enforced.
Right.
That's what.
So yes, you just said it yourself. Whatever the penalty should be is what the penalty should be that is.
No,
enforced.
whatever
What do
the
you think
penalty is on our laws. No, whatever the penalty is as the law right now is what should be enforced. It's just that simple.
Wait, you don't believe that?
I do believe that.
No, you don't, unless you're insane, right? So there's many states where a 15-year-old could legally marry a 35-year-old with parental consent. Then the two could engage in intercourse with no legal penalty nor repercussion. Now, if we were
I'm from Alabama.
if we were to assume your logic here, right? You'd say, well, that should be the case. Okay, a 40-year-old should be able to have rape a 14-year-old with no legal penalty. Now, is that something that you agree with?
That's not something that I agree with, but that's what should be enforced, meaning then somebody should go change the law.
Wait. So you support that law changing?
I do support. Well, are we going to individually laws? Are you going to go through every law?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about this example.
So are you going to?
I just want to clarify. No, don't freak out. Just to make sure that you think that law should change, right? You don't think that 40-year-olds should be able to legally marry and rape 14-year-olds?
That is correct.
Okay, perfect. Right, and then you'd fight for that law to change.
I don't know if I'd fight for it, but I'd be supportive of that law. And you're going to draw us back and say, so do you believe that this law should change?
Holy shit. Okay, well, you should want to fight for an end of child marriage.
That's not what
why are you willing to fight for mass deportation but not fight for the end of child marriage?
I didn't say I'd fight for that law either. I'm just saying that penalty should be enforced.
Okay.
I'm not out. I'm not out protesting in the. Hold on. Let me answer your question. I'm not out protesting in the streets to fight for the law. I'm not protesting in any street. I don't protest
There's
at all.
many ways to fight for legislative reform. Now,
I understand. I'm just
I want you
saying.
to answer the question, right? Now that we can agree, that we should do things that act in accordance with our goals here, right? So, what do you think, right, the punishment should be for the sexual exploitation of a teen girl or woman?
Jail.
Jail for life.
I mean, there's just so many variables.
Okay, well, let's hone in on a specific example. Imagine some old dude, right? Some real perv, right? Like unconsensually busted in to a private woman's dressing room where there's naked teen girls, minors, and naked women inside, and he looked at them when they had no clothes on, right? Sexually exploiting them. What do you think the punishment should be for that man?
I mean, I don't know the exact punishment, but I don't think that would be life in prison. I mean, the things that our country assigns to life in prison are things like murder. Even rape in our country.
Do you think that the punishment should be pretty bad?
For sure.
Okay, so if a man did this, would you ever support them as president?
I mean, I know what you're trying to go to, but that's not what the topic we're talking about.
Well, in a sense, it is, right? Because we're talking about punishment for crime, right? Because once again, you're saying that you want to hold people accountable for the crimes that they commit, right? And you think that a just punishment, right, for undocumented entry would be removal from the country. So do you think Donald Trump's just punishment for sexually exploiting naked little girls and or naked women would at the bare minimum be not supporting him as the president of the country?
Okay, so let me answer that. Is that what was he convicted of a crime?
No, he wasn't convicted of it, but he admitted to
Okay,
it.
so then.
Well, we know that
what-
he's guilty not because of a conviction, but rather because of his admission.
So then, why hadn't he been taken to court and convicted of a crime?
Yeah, I don't know. But it's just
Okay.
not relevant because we know that he's done it.
Okay, so the conversation started out as I said, what laws we have on the books, the punishment should be applied.
Okay.
And we don't have a crime that's been committed and lawfully convicted of. So there's no punishment. Therefore,
Well,
to
the thing
me,
is we're not like we could talk about what like we think the court's reaction should be, and we should. But right now we're talking about what your reaction should be.
yeah. And what I would say though, Dean, is this: is that I believe I used to play sports. People say stuff to sound cool, to embellish things and things like that, right? If you think it went to a court of law and that could be a conviction just because Trump said, you've played it 100 times on your show that, I would say the answer is no. Trump would come back, I was just talking shit, blah, blah, blah. And so you can take it all as like, oh, he said it, it's fact.
So you're,
He said-
you're basically saying if you knew that he'd actually done this, then you wouldn't support him anymore.
I think that's probably a fair statement. If somebody said, hey, yeah, I think that's a fair statement.
You say hello with the vagina. Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So we have him admitting to it, and then we also have the women and girls that he did this to testified to it.
Well, hold up. Whoa. First, they hadn't testified. They might have said something publicly. People say stuff publicly all the time. Hold on, for lawsuits and stuff. Second thing is that there's nothing there. He does own the pageant. He has a law to walk back out there. And if he wants to look at it, he can. Would I probably do that? No, but that's not a crime. And Dean, if it's a crime, then why hadn't he convicted? Then explain that to me, Dean. A crime that somebody admits to that's so obvious. Why isn't there a conviction? Then tell me why there isn't a conviction.
Oh my God. Holy shit. Yeah. You know what? Assuming everything that you're saying right now is true, that it's not a crime to sexually exploit little girls.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
All that this
not
means,
what I said.
That is what you said because you said
That's not what I said.
That is what you said because you
That's
said
not what I said.
That is what you said because you
Totally
said
not what I
that
said.
is what you said because you said what Donald Trump did is not a crime, yet what Donald Trump did is sexual exploitation.
That's not what I said at all.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. What I said is
Did you
that
not say that what Donald Trump did
I
was not
don't
a
think
crime?
I don't think that his words admit to a crime. And if they did, it would have been prosecuted.
Right, but his words.
Also, too.
Wait.
Can I add one
You're
thing
saying
real
the same
quick?
thing here right now. One moment, because you're saying that his words didn't admit to a crime, yet his words do admit to sexual exploitation.
I don't know.
Okay, well,
I don't believe.
let's talk about what sexual exploitation is.
Hold on. Can I just add one thing? Can I add one thing real quick?
I'd like to just stay on track here because you said that you don't believe that what he admitted to there was sexual exploitation.
I was going to say on track, but I just would like to add one thing. Is that okay?
No, just let's. I don't want to muddy the waters. All right. So can we agree that sexual exploitation includes the abuse of a position of power over the position of vulnerability one else for sexual gratification unconsensually?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, he was abusing his position of power as the owner of the pageant to allow himself into the private women-only space with no men around, to then abuse a position of vulnerability that the women and girls in that space were in, where they felt vulnerable and comfortable enough to take their clothes off, to get undressed and changed because it was a women's-only space, for the takeaway sexual gratification of getting to see naked women and naked girls, right? Unconsensually, right? So that amounts to sexual exploitation per the definition that we just agreed on.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Okay. Did anywhere in his statement on Howard Stern, which was the point I was going to make, which is a comedy talk show, did he ever say he was sexually gratified from it?
Yeah, he said that they look amazing. You looked amazing.
That's not, I say my mom looks amazing. That don't mean I'm sexually gratified from it. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know how we're at immigration and now we're at this, but
Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Did he ever say he was sexually gratified? I'm fucking done. You suck. You suck. So you agree to everything else. You agree that he unconsensually walked into a private women's only space to look at the naked women and the naked girls in that space unconsensually. But the only reason why you don't think that it's sexual exploitation is because he didn't say that he was sexually gratified by it. Okay? This is like saying, right, that, well, a man walked into a woman's house unconsensually, broke her door down, raped her, right? But this doesn't amount, right, to rape and sexual exploitation if that man never said that he's sexually gratified from it. That's insane. That's gross. Right? Like obviously, I could try to explain this in like clear language. Obviously, he was sexually gratified by it because that was the incentive to do it. Some pervy old dude, some fucking pervert, right? Some sexual exploiter, an adjudicated rapist, right? Barges in unconsensually into a space where there's naked women in to look at them. What's the incentive? Sexual gratification. You just, come on, small brain. Like just, come on. Come on. Unmute your mic. Why? Is by the way, just to make sure, I feel like I so often like gaslight myself. Like what I just said, is that common sense? Or am I like alone in a world of demons? That's common sense. Perfect. You're going to have to unmute your mic by clicking on your profile picture and clicking on the icon of the microphone.
Okay. I wasn't talking over you.
Right. So do we see you there? How like, yeah, there's obviously sexual gratification that took place because that was in the incentive for unconsensually barging into the private woman's only space to look at them while they're naked.
Hey, Dean, are the things you're saying he did, are they a crime?
Come on, you're shifting. I'll answer that question.
I'm not shifting.
Yes,
I'm asking
yes,
why what he convicted of a crime.
Yes, you are. You are shifting. Okay, I'm going to be very clear when I describe to you how you're shifting the goalposts. Okay, we'll talk about that next. I have an explanation for how you are. Stop being so close-minded.
I'm not interrupting you. I'm not closed-minded. I'm listening to you.
Well, yes, you are shifting the goalposts, and the explanation for that is, well, you just tried to argue that there wasn't sexual gratification because he didn't say that there is sexual gratification. I very specifically want you to respond to my response here. My response to that claim is, we know that there's sexual gratification because that was the incentive for unconsensually barging into that private woman's only space to look at them while they were naked.
You want me to respond?
Yeah. So we know that there's sexual gratification because that was the incentive for the exploitation.
Do you think he could just barge in for the power of it because he owns the thing? Because you went in his mind and I went in his mind.
For power? Huh? Well, I would just include that too, right? Like under sexual exploitation.
Well, but okay, why would?
Like so it'd be like sexually exploiting somebody for the purpose of power. Like people will rape like women, right? Like not for like a sexual takeaway because they think that they're attractive, but rather just to exert power and control over them, right? Does that make it not rape? No, right? So like even in this scenario, right? Because they still didn't consent, because he was still doing this to little girls, because he was still doing this to unconsenting naked women, right? Walking in there and looking at them with no clothes on, right? Even if he didn't do this for sexual gratification, but rather just for an exertion of power and control, right? Doesn't make it not sexual exploitation, right?
I don't know what
he was exerting that power and control, right through the lens of unconsensually looking at them when they had no clothes on, right? And it's very plausible. It's very plausible. Right, that a man would sexually exploit or rape a woman for power, for an exertion of power of control. Okay, right? That happens all the time. Right? It's very bad. It's very bad. But that doesn't make it not rape. That doesn't make it not sexual exploitation.
Yeah. All we're talking about is hypotheticals here that he wasn't convicted of a crime.
We're not talking about a hypothetical because he admitted to it, period. You dense fuck.
He didn't admit to a crime or he would have been convicted of a crime.
So if you don't think that was a crime, then you're just saying that sexual exploitation isn't a crime, right? Arguing, right, for great societal reform to make it a crime, not concluding that therefore you shouldn't care. What do you have to say to that? Wow. If you were
you'd
right.
have to
Wow, I just completely steelmanned your fucking dumb ass. Ooh, can't say that. I'm going to get banned. I just completely steelmanned your terrible position. Okay, even if you're right, and what he did wasn't a crime on the books, the response to that isn't, therefore I don't care, therefore he's okay in my books, therefore what he did wasn't immoral, but rather the response should be, well, therefore, because of what he did was so absolutely terrible, something nobody should do, because it's abusing little girls, abusing women, actual sexual exploitation, that this calls for great reform in our criminal justice system to make it a fucking crime, the same way the Nuremberg trials called for great reform within international law, state, and country law to make it a crime to genocide individuals. Right? And everybody in the chat is spamming about your following list. Let's take a look. But respond to that, please.
Am I following?
How old did you say that you were?
I'm 48, 10, 11, 77.
Why are you following like 1,000 college girls?
You don't know what I do for business?
What do you do for business?
I have several companies.
Okay, so answer the question. Why are you following?
And I do a bunch of.
Yeah, do a bunch of what? Why are you following 1,000 college girls? Yeah, everyone, every person that I'm clicking on. One's at Arizona State, another's a nursing student. Right, it's like every single person. You're 48, bro. These like women are like either my same age or younger than me. What are you doing? No, come back. Come back. Come back. Don't leave. Don't leave. Come back.
I'm right here.
Yeah, awesome.
I'm right here.
So why do you follow? Why do you use like a 48-year-old? Right, follow like literally.
I travel a ton, and I go to a bunch of music festivals. Or do you want to talk about policy, or do you want to talk about everything but policy? If you don't want to talk about policy, there's no reason.
So you travel a ton, and you go to a bunch of music festivals. Then at these music festivals,
yeah, I've done about 250 music festivals.
Like you just like
in the last
like a bunch of like 18, 19, 20-year-old like women.
They're not 18 and 19, so that's ridiculous.
I mean, they're college students. Like so far, like everybody that I've seen on the following list is a college student, right?
Okay. Dean, do you want to talk policy?
Right, come on, just think about it this way. Like out of like a list of like 4,000, like literally 4,000 college students, right? For the most part, right? Yeah. That's what I'm seeing. Every single person, like college student, college student, college student, college student, right? Like you're there's going to be a fair share of them that are like 18, 19. Absolutely.
Okay. Dean, do you want to talk about policy, or do you want to not talk about policy? It's just simple. I can let you go if you don't want to talk about policy, but
so you're going to leave if I keep pressing you on this?
I just want to talk about policy. This is a Trump discussion. Remember, if somebody goes, Trump is terrible in America.
I mean, I actually think I actually think that my question here is like well warranted about your following list, because I think that maybe it describes why you've given the answers you have to the questions about Donald Trump and his sexual exploitation of naked women and naked girls. Right? You don't care what Donald Trump does, because I'm not going to accuse you of anything, but maybe it's because you like to
really,
find yourself
Dean,
in a possibly similar.
Wow.
scenario.
Okay. All right. That's ridiculous.
Listen, I'm not going to sit here and like.
I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian, Dean. That's ridiculous to even suggest. That's ridiculous.
Well, listen, I'm not saying that like I'm going to accuse you of that. I'm not saying that at all. Right? Like I'm not going to suggest that you've sexually exploited somebody unless I have like explicit reason to believe that you have. Right? But it's like secondarily an undeniable fact, right? That like a following list, like 4,000 college girls when you are 48 years old is worthy of question. But I'm sorry if I made you feel like I was accusing you of sexual exploitation. Won't do that unless I have good reason. All right? Won't do that. The following list, red flag. Deserving of question.
And you keep muting me.
Yeah, because I wanted to make that point clear.
Okay, can I say something ever?
Yeah, go ahead.
And you're not going to interrupt me like you have done? Would you ask people all the time not to interrupt you?
Sure, I won't interrupt you.
Okay, you ask people over age to come on here to talk to you about why they support Trump. That's what I did. Now you have come to me and now roundabout accuse me of sexual, I don't know, assault or the same thing Donald Trump did, and that's what you did. You can lie and say you didn't. You just literally rounded up.
I expressly
I thought
said
you were going to
wasn't.
not interrupt me. You just said you wouldn't. You always get people not interrupt you. I listened to you all. Okay. You just talking, and I'll listen whenever you want to talk about policy. Go ahead, because you keep interrupting me when I don't interrupt you. So go ahead.
I expressly said that I wasn't accusing you of sexual exploitation. I'm just saying that your following list is a little bit of a red flag and deserves to be questioned.
Yeah, you don't know what I do for a living. I have an Amazon store where I target different products to people. You don't know my life. So it should not question anything. I travel the world on music festivals, done about 250 in the last 5 years.
Well, I mean, actually, when you don't
know nothing about
me. When you don't know something, you question it. That's why I'm questioning you.
Okay.
You're right. I don't know anything about you. All that I know.
Don't.
Listen, all that I know about you is that you're like weirdly sympathetic to Donald Trump's sexual exploitation of teen women and girls.
That's not what I am. If you remember at the beginning, I said it's not what I would have done.
Okay.
But if it's a crime, it should have been convicted.
So then just tell us that. Just tell us, right, that when you listen to that clip of Donald Trump, right, boasting about the sexual exploitation of girls and women, that he deserves to be fucking locked up for that because sexual exploitation should go to jail.
It's not I'm not a judge and jury. Have those people that they claim that he sexually exploited them
claiming that they're sexually exploiting them. It's that he's
then.
admitting to sexually exploiting them.
Okay. Do you want to talk about the three topics I talked about earlier or not, dude? We're going around in circles.
Let's see if we could agree on one thing. Let's see if we could agree on one thing here. Can we agree that in that clip, Donald Trump admitted to sexually exploiting naked women and or naked girls by boasting about walking into their dressing rooms without consent to look at them while they're naked?
I don't think it was sexual exploitation, no.
We can't agree on that.
About what he said.
Can you define sexual exploitation?
You defined it earlier.
Okay. Well, my definition of sexual exploitation would fulfill what he did.
And I questioned the last part of your definition.
I defined sexual exploitation to include, right, the abuse of a position of power over, right, the abuse of a position of vulnerability of one else, right, for either like a sexual purpose or sexual gratification.
We already talked about this, Dean. I said there was no admission of sexual. We're going in circles now. We're saying the same thing. I said, I don't believe he admits sexual gratification in that thing. I mean, we're just saying the same thing. Do you want to talk about immigration policy or not?
Dude. Of course, this was for sexual purposes because it was the man looking at the naked body of the woman.
Okay. I mean,
right? Like,
Dean, we keep going in the same circle, dude.
I know, because what I'm saying here is so clearly common sense.
You're not going to get me to where you're at, man. You're not going to get...
Because you reject all reason. You reject all rhyme. You reject all logic. Like, explain to me what the third option here is. The first reason why Donald Trump would barge in there and look at them naked is for the incentive of sexual gratification on its own. Point blank, period. Story over. The second reason why Donald Trump would barge in there and look at them while they're naked is for the purpose of an exertion of power control in the furtherance, right, of some sense of sexual engagement, that being him looking at them while they're naked. Story proven. Sexual exploitation. What's the third option? If this had nothing to do with anything sexual, what's the third option? Okay, if it's not for the explicit and sole purpose of sexual gratification because he gets to see them while they're naked, right? Or for the furtherance of a sexual engagement for the exertion of power and control, what's the third option? Unmute yourself and tell me what the third option is.
I don't know why you keep muting me. I don't interrupt you when you start talking. It's weird, dude. I didn't hear the first one, but I've already answered this question.
Yeah, the two options that both prove sexual exploitation, right, which in my mind are the only two possible options, would be he was going in there to look at them while they're naked with the incentive, right, of sexual gratification, point blank, period. And the second option would be walking in there to look at them while they're naked, which is a type of unconsensual sexual encounter for the furtherance of an exertion of power and control.
I answered this question already, Dean. We're saying the same things repeatedly. You're not going to get me to where you're at by keep saying the same thing.
So where are you at?
I said earlier when you literally asked this question, you said, "Well, what other reason?" And I said, "Power." And
but it's
I can never finish.
But it's the engagement in that sexual encounter that's unconsensual that is furthering the exertion of power and control. It's still for sexual purposes.
Dean, there's no reason for me to talk because you never let me finish my point, dude. I quiet when you are, and I can't finish my point. What do you want me to do, man? I can't explain my position.
Somebody's getting fucking flustered, dude. Calm down.
I am, because you get so mad when people interrupt you. Like, I see you go off, literally fly off the handle, like, shut up, and then mute them. And I'm literally letting you talk, and you won't give me the same respect. I watch your show all the time. I actually find your show super entertaining. But it's frustrating that you treat me the same way you get flustered about being treated.
Yeah, man, just I won't interrupt you. Take your time, but just keep in mind, right, that like the option that you're like inputting here is a possibility of him walking back there for the exertion of power and control. Well, it's still in the context of an unconsensual sexual engagement.
Okay. And the point I was trying to finish is when I said power is you put it in that context. You said, well, to me, power goes under the sexual what did you say? You put power under sorry, what did you say? You put power under
like you'd be sexually exploiting them for the purpose of power and control. But the reason the reason why, right, it is still sexual exploitation is because in what he's doing in furtherance, right, of that power and control is unconsensual sexual contact. Right?
Yeah. And actually, that's not what you said.
The unconsensual sexual, well, it's what I'm saying now. The unconsensual sexual contact would be him looking at them while they're naked.
Yeah. What you said was, I'm putting power under sexual gratification. That's literally what you said earlier. I don't agree with that.
I think that you were confused on what I was saying earlier. But
that's literally quoted out of your mouth.
I think that I'm being very clear with what I'm saying now. Okay, so the reason why this motivation of like a furtherance of power and control would still fall under sexual exploitation is because he's furthering that exertion of power and control in the context of an unconsensual sexual contact.
Okay. Dean, let me just say this. You're trying to get me to a position, and I'm not going to get there.
Okay, so where am I going wrong?
Can I just say one thing?
Ty, where am I going wrong here, though?
Huh? I don't agree. I told you. It's not about wrong.
Tell me again.
It's perception is reality. You perceive what came out of Trump's mouth is exactly what you say. I perceive what came out of his mouth does not rise to a level of a crime. And we keep going in circles about that. And that's fine. But you're not going to get me to your position. I'm not going to get to my position. So we can keep doing the same thing to try to get each other's position, or we can talk about immigration like we were going to originally start. And if you just want to keep going on about this position, that's fine. We're just wasting each other's time because you're not going to get me there. And I'm not going to get you there because I hear you talk about this issue literally nonstop.
Yeah, well, it's time.
And so, if you want to change topics,
it's time I'd be a little bit more blunt.
If you don't, then let's just.
It's time I'd be a little bit more blunt with you, Ty. See, the issue that you're experiencing is you are willingly opting to swipe and sweep sexual exploitation under the goddamn rug. Ignore it and attempt to call it something other than what it is, right? Because you know that you can't deny that Donald Trump engaged in these actions, but because you're a fucking sophist, a member of a cult that in all reality doesn't care about these actions, you're going to baselessly deny that they are what they are in an attempt to rhetorically downplay them. Okay? This is like the second wave of the MAGA mind virus. People do this with what happened to E. Jean Carroll all the time. It's when there is compelling, right, proof that demonstrates an undeniable action that Donald Trump engaged in, like raping E. Jean Carroll or sexually exploiting these women and girls, okay? And because you can't deny that Donald Trump engaged in these actions, you then baselessly deny like a spineless coward that these actions are rape or that these actions are sexual exploitation. You're saying that I'm not going to be able to move you to my position and you're not going to be able to move me to yours. Buddy, you don't have a fucking position. There's no position that you have. Everything that you can say is no, I disagree. You can't tell us what you think it is instead, right? You can't tell us why you disagree. You can only say that you disagree. Okay? It's not like an inevitable split and difference between two separate positions. Okay? It's one rational mind that has an affirmative position and one delusional mind that's denying said position with no reason. Okay? And I'm going to prove that. And I'm going to prove that because once again, in like less than 4 sentences, I'm going to describe why it is sexual exploitation, and then you are going to respond and tell me exactly where I go wrong. Inevitably, when you can't do that, you are going to prove yourself to be nothing more than a spineless coward that swipes sexual exploitation under the rug in an attempt to rhetorically downplay the harm that these actions perpetuate, because you know the harm that is loaded into phrases, justly may I add, such as sexual exploitation. So the reason why what Donald Trump did to these women and girls was sexual exploitation is because sexual exploitation includes the abuse of a position of power over the abuse of a position of vulnerability for the furtherance of a sexual engagement or or sexual gratification, right? And the two options insofar as why Donald Trump abused his position of power as the owner of this pageant to allow himself in, then abuse their position of vulnerability. Of course, they were naked, they're vulnerable, right? Is either for sexual gratification because you like to see them naked, or for the furtherance of the exertion of power and control, right? But the reason why it's still sexual exploitation, even if he's just doing it for power and control, is because he's getting that power and control through an unconsensual sexual engagement, right? And because he's getting that power and control through an unconsensual sexual encounter, right, is what makes it sexual exploitation. So tell me where I went wrong, fraud. You're fucking cooked. You have no response to that.
You've never said anything different than what you've been saying for the last 30 minutes, dude.
So then,
if you want to talk about something else, we will.
No, tell me where I went wrong in my logic. Fuck you. Tell me where I went wrong in my logic. Sit down. Tell me where I went wrong in my logic.
No, you're just going to cuss at me and stuff. I've been respectful.
Are you going to whine and cry? You haven't been respectful to victims of sexual exploitation by denying that it's what Donald Trump did to them. Are you going to whine and cry? Or are you going to tell me where I went wrong in that logic, buddy?
Have a good night, Dan.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to run away. Exactly. You're going to run away.
I'm not going to run away. But you just want to keep saying the same thing. You say the same things over and over.
What question am I asking?
You've just said the same thing over for the last hour, dude. Do you want to talk about policy?
Hey, sir.
No, you answer.
What question am I asking you?
You just say the same things over.
No. You're saying the same. You're not even listening to me. Listen. What question? No.
Policy.
Seriously. What question am I asking you?
All right.
You have
no idea, Dean. You just ramble on.
Okay, I'll be succinct. The question I'm asking you is for you to tell me where I'm going wrong in justifying that what Donald Trump did to them is sexual exploitation. Your issue so far is that you think you've been able to point out where I'm going wrong by saying that maybe he wasn't doing it for sexual gratification, but rather doing it, for the control and power aspects of it. But what I want to respond to here is, well, even if he was doing it for power and control, it's still sexual exploitation, since he was getting that power, since he was getting that control, in furtherance of the engagement in an unconsensual sexual encounter.
If he committed a crime, he should go to jail. Somebody should prosecute him.
Right, you can't tell me, where am I going wrong? Where am I going wrong in justifying that it's sexual exploitation?
Prosecuting.
You're not going to answer my question?
I just did. Prosecute him if it's a crime. I've said that from the get-go.
You're not telling me where I'm going wrong. Hey, fuck.
There's no crime.
Hey, dude, Ty, your brain is broken. Okay, folks, for everybody watching, I think that we're at a very interesting point of inflection right now where the Trump supporter's brain is fucking broken. I fucking broke you. And he left. I fucking broke you. I broke your brain. All right? That is, what a sight. What a sight to see. Okay? This is crazy. We see this every so often where the Trump supporter's brain breaks. And it breaks down to the extent of them not being able to understand words. Okay? He couldn't even understand the words. Tell me where I'm going wrong in my argument. Why? Why can't he even understand those words? Because his brain was broken down so analytically, right? So analytically, so perfectly broken down to expose, right, the mindlessness, okay, and the idiocracy, right, that he is using in the justification of his views. All right? He was in the tightest corner known to mankind where there was no possible movement that could ever be made, right, in furtherance of his argument, right, that it wasn't sexual exploitation. And the only move he could possibly make would be to confront it head on and concede. But because he's a member of a cult, CULT, he will never do that. Therefore, instead, he put his head in the corner, right? And he started to fucking cry and his brain started to break. They will choose the rejection of all rational cognitive functions over the embracement of reality and the rejection of Trump. They say Trump more valuable than rational functions. Trump more valuable than logic. Trump more valuable, right, than thinking. I was about to say critical thinking, just thinking at all. God, what an embarrassing life that small little man lives. Moving on to the next Trump supporter. I hope this proves to you guys that it comes to a point where the reason why we are where we are isn't just because people are misled, right? Although that accounts for majority, there's some people, right, that have caused us to be where we are right now, right? Because they're droids, they're NPCs, okay? They're actual sheep, okay? Right? They praise Trump like a lord, like a god, and they will let their own brain stop functioning, right, in all rational aspects before they critique their god. What's up? Do you support Trump? All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. What an embarrassing little man. Such an embarrassment. What an embarrassment to humanity. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
You're a nigger. Fuck you, Dean. Fuck you, nigger.
With the Jesus profile picture, by the way. Hey, yeah, great look for Christians, man. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Silius connecting. Patsy, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, keep debating, keep educating everybody. Thank you for the love, Patsy. Huge shout out to you. Show some love to Patsy down below for the $20. As well as Scarlett, thank you for the $10 as well, saying this guy's so offended because he's done something like this or would do it himself given the opportunity. Actually, yeah, I'd argue that is absolutely true. And then also Harley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Harley. Scarlett with the $10. And Lynn, thank you so much for the $60. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. I'm sick today. Lynn with the $60. Let's get 600 Lynn W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, Lynn. And Leslie, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you, you guys. Leslie with the $50 doesn't attach a message, only the love. Thank you so much, Leslie. Let's show some love to Leslie down below. Then Lynn with the $60 is from Ryan and family. Ryan and family, Lynn, thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for your support. It means the absolute world. Then Rachel with $1, Joseph with the $10, then Margarita, thank you for the $20, and Jennifer with the $20.
You done?
No, I'm not done. Are you patient? Can you wait? Thank you. Thank you. Jennifer with the $20 says instead of idiot, you could say idiot, pronounced ID10T. It's a tech humor thing. Oh, well, I appreciate you so much for the love, Jennifer. And then Margarita with a $20 says, thank you for the great job that you do. Listen daily. And it is a great aggression release to participate in the chat. Anger management indeed. Thank you. I appreciate you so much for that love, Margarita. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2006.
And why the hell do you support the worst president of your life?
Because his economic policies and his border control.
Okay. We'll talk about his economic policies first. What's your favorite Trump econ policy? Wait. What birthday did you give me?
2006.
What month?
November.
Chat, did he say November?
I didn't say, you didn't ask for my birth month. You only asked for my birth year.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
All right. Right. His economic policies as the president is better than Joe Biden's. Joe Biden's economic policies was horrible. The way that Joe Biden handled his economic policies was probably the worst performance as a president.
Yeah, check this shit out. You're about to feel real embarrassed, buddy. Name one Biden economic policy that was horrible.
I can't, but I can tell. Right. I know by my ex-mind.
Right. That's what should make you feel embarrassed, because if you're going to sit here and say that his economic policy was horrible, then you can't name one. Connect the dots.
Okay. All right. Name one economic policy from Joe Biden.
For sure, the infrastructure bill.
All right. But how's that better than Trump, though?
Name one economic policy from Trump.
I can't. I know he's like
right.
He's better than Biden. He's better than Biden. That's all I can
Listen,
say.
can I just be honest with you? I think that the best position for you to be in is to drop these convictions, okay? Because you don't know anything, right, about the policy passed by the presidencies, right? By the way, not necessarily saying that like you're a terrible person for that. Many Americans don't. Okay, I didn't before I got into politics myself, but like don't hold strong beliefs with like very weak reason, right? And like what I'd recommend for you to do is to like backtrack a little bit, drop those strong beliefs, and then actually start exploring the real policy of the two presidents, or just watch the live.
I do watch the live.
Okay, right? But like obviously when I ask you why you think that Donald Trump's economic policy is better than Biden, like you don't actually have an argument for that, right? Like you couldn't because you don't know the policies.
Your chat is fucking retarded.
Okay, all right. Well, let's get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Tyler joining. I'm really losing my voice, folks. Holy shit. Yo, F, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Who says, take it easy, Dean. Much love. Hey, much love to you as well, F. I appreciate you for the $20. Yeah, I do need to maybe take it a little bit easier than I am now. Maybe we'll end the stream a little bit early. We're over 3 hours in. We have about an hour to go. But you know, maybe we'll end like 3 hours and 30 minutes compared to 4. I don't know. But anyways, listen, guys, if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. You could also find it in the pinned message of the YouTube stream. I really appreciate everyone so much for all the love. You guys are awesome, awesome, awesome. But let's go ahead and load up that next Trump supporter at this point. Oh man, I'm really losing my voice. Holy crap. Harold, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Appreciate you so much for the love, Harold. Show some love to Harold down below, as well as Jamie with the $10 who says, please ask these men why they try to defend Donald Trump's sexual exploitation. How would they feel if the owner of a gym walked into the locker room without knocking while their mom, wife, sister, or daughter was in there? Right, they'd feel terrible, right? They'd say that's absolutely atrocious. But then when Trump does it, they don't care. And then Robert, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, Dean, I love your camera quality. If you don't mind me asking, what camera do you use? I use the A7 III, Sony A7 III. Great camera, great fucking camera. And then Stephanie, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Who says, I don't know how you stay so calm. Your knowledge is amazing and I love your content. Honestly, like the patience is just like a built up skill. But I thank you so much for the love, Stephanie. I'm happy that you're here. Thank you so much for your support. And I'm happy that you enjoyed the streams. Thank you, Stephanie. Let's get 200 Stephanie W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much. And then Felicia, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. What's up? Do you support Trump? Blue Man?
Yes, I was letting you talk. I do support Trump.
How long has it been?
What do you mean how long it's been?
Like since we last debated. It's been like over a year.
I don't know. Maybe 2 years.
Yeah, I remember you. Yeah, I remember you. You used to come up here way back in the day. Way back in the day.
Well, congrats to you for still going, and congrats to your fan club.
Well, I remember you used to not like them too much.
Hey, I don't oppose anybody that has a different belief. Everybody has their own belief, right?
Yeah, so why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Because my job is rocking because of Trump.
What's your job?
I'd rather not say.
You're an ICE agent.
If I say, then people are going to know where I'm at.
ICE agent?
I am not an ICE agent.
Okay, well, if you can't tell us what your job is, then how can I like respond to your point?
I work in the private sector. I don't work for the government.
Okay, well, if you can't tell us what your job is and how Donald Trump has made it rockin', then I won't be able to like effectively respond to your claim.
Okay, that's fair.
So then do you want to leave?
Let's just say titanium. I work in the titanium industry.
Not enough. Like I'm gonna need to know what your job is and what Donald Trump has done to make it better. If you can't give me that, then I'm gonna have to kick you.
Okay, you can kick me if you want.
All right, you take care, man. My guess would be AI in Silicon Valley, something like that. Something like that. Let's go and move on to the next guest right now, y'all. We got Q loaded up in the box. Carlos, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Who says, ask each Trump supporter the shape of the earth. I'd love to hear their genuine replies. Dude, honestly, I'm scared to ask them that question. I don't know. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. By the way, I'm gonna have to start calming down. I can't really yell as much because like getting my voice louder is like actually really starting to hurt. So, and I want to be able to have my voice for the stream tomorrow. And then Justin, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you, Justin. Justin says, voice teacher here. Best things for your voice when sick. Let's go ahead and load up the rest of your message. Says, and I quote, would be steam, hydration, and nebulizer with saline and sleep and rest. Well, thank you so much, Justin. I appreciate you for the tips. I'm actually gonna have to do that tonight because I want to be able to have my voice for tomorrow. Thank you for the $20, Justin and Carlos. And then Carter with the $10 says, love listening to you, man. Thank you so much, Carter. Kason with the $10 says, keep spreading hope in the country, brother. Thank you. And then Erica with the $20. Let's show some love to Erica in that chat. Says, thank you for destroying these fools. Appreciate you so much for the love, Erica. It's good to see you. Thank you for the $20. Then Katie, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And Nikki, thank you so much for the $31 on PayPal. Nikki says, listening to you makes me feel patriotic to America as a proud Aussie. Hell yeah. Well, I appreciate you for being here, Nikki. I'm happy that you like the stream. So shout out to you down below in that comment section. Let's get 300 Nikki W's. Also, show some love to Robert for the $10 saying you're the best team. Keep it rocking, dude. No, man, you're the fucking best. Appreciate you for the love, bro. And then Sarah with a $1 and Katie with a $5. What is going on to you, Sport Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Hello? Okay, dude left. All right, fuck you for wasting my time, buddy. Get out of here, kid. Get out of here, buddy. We're going to move on to the next guest. Oh, man. Oh, man, I'm really dying over here. Gare Bear, appreciate you so much for the work hard, play harder. Thank you, Gare Bear. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. We got Nicholas loading in. Oh, man. Claire, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Claire says, with the $10, happy Thursday. I put your notifications on and now I'm lurking in your streams while I work. Thank goodness for headphones. Also, everybody hydrate if you appreciate Dean. Yes, I think that everyone, including myself, needs to hydrate. Fucking for real. Appreciate you for the $10, Claire. What's up, Nicholas? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18.
August 14th, 2007.
Okay, and what time is it?
It's, I live in a different country. I'm a dual citizen, so is that okay? I didn't vote.
What's election day in America?
All right, before you kick me, right, please. Okay, just give me like a 5 seconds.
Take care, man. Take care. Take care. We're going to go to get that next guest, G-Man Cool 21, loaded up into the box. Drew, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, who says for the lavender and caramel tea and honey.
Hello, D.
Dude, I appreciate you for that love, Drew. Show some love to Drew down below in that comment section for the tea. What's up, bro? Do you support Trump?
Yes, but I want to talk about Mandani.
You want to talk? Well, we're here to talk about Trump, my friend.
Okay, so what can we talk about then? Let's talk about him.
We can talk about why the hell you support the worst president of your life.
I really don't. I want to talk about Mandani. I want to talk about his insane policies.
Yeah, super insane to make buses free, right?
No. But how is he, like, please tell me where he's going to get this money from.
Well, he's going to get the money by increasing the taxes on the top 1%, meaning they make.
But they're leaving. They're going to be leaving the state. Everyone's going to be leaving the city. Like, they're going down south.
Yeah, unfortunately, they can't. Right? Like, not if they want to sustain their income. Like I feel like a lot of people forget, right, that like a lot of jobs are like geographically located, right? The reason why they make over $1 million per year is because they live in New York City for vast majority of circumstances. If they move down to Florida, they're not going to make $1 million per year. What's up, Jay? Do you support Trump? Jay?
Yeah. How you doing, bro?
Yeah, I'm doing all right, Jay. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
Jay, why that? How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 40 years old.
All right, man. You sound older than 40. But okay. All right. So why do you support Trump, Jay?
Hey, I love the old blue collar, bro.
Because he helps blue collar. Wow.
Yeah.
Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, or Texas, Tennessee. Which one?
North Florida.
North Florida. Okay. I mean, I was pretty close with Georgia and Alabama. I'm in the right region.
Yes, close there, bro.
Yeah. By the way, your mic is a little bit muffled. If you just kind of like pick it up off of whatever it's sitting on and maybe speak a little bit more clearly, I might be able to hear you better. If not, no worries. But
I'm on the cell phone.
But anyway, so why do you think Donald Trump is good for blue collar workers?
Bro, we all stand behind. Pretty much somebody stand behind us every time. Pretty much every time.
Jay, what? Jay, can you repeat that for me?
I said we stand somebody behind us every time that somebody stands behind us.
So just to make sure I got you clear here, you're saying that Donald Trump is good for blue collar workers because he's somebody that stands behind us. Is that like a fair reduction of your argument?
Yeah, well, what's your ops?
What's my ops?
Yeah.
When you say ops, do you mean like opinions?
Yeah.
My opinion is that he definitely doesn't stand behind blue collar workers. He's like historically like anti-union and for the suppression of the labor force. That's like clear through his like economic policy that takes more away from the working class and gives more to the rich. That's clear through his regressive like tariff tax on low-income Americans,
I can argue the other
stamps, so on and so
opinion on
forth.
that one, bro.
What's that?
Well, I said I can argue the other opinion. Well, he's already talked about giving taxes on overtime back to the guys that works. Am I right?
Kinda right.
Yeah.
I could go on to respond to that in a second.
Go with it.
Dude. Oh my God.
You say all God you want, but
Yeah, I gotta kick you out, man. You take care. You take care. Is following this, of course. Of fucking course. Is following this. Now, I didn't want to say that when he was on the live because I also, when I went to his page, I saw that he had his young children posted. And I didn't want, everyone to like go and spam and flood that. What's up, Q? Do you support Trump? Oh, man.
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, Q. Give me a second here. I need to thank a handful of incredibly kind people. I'm really close to losing my voice. Holy crap. I'm going to have to say these like without screaming super loudly, but just know that I really do appreciate you guys. Gregory, thank you so much for the $21 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Gregory. Gregory with the $21 says here's $21 for being patient, informed, and entertaining. Thank you so much for the love, Gregory. Show some love to Gregory down below in that comment section. And then Jamie, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo, who says always a pleasure to know that I could tune in and learn. Jamie, I'm happy. I'm happy that you feel like you learned something whenever you tune in. I want these lives to be like engaging, entertaining, and educational. So I'm happy to hear that they are. Thank you so much. Then over on YouTube, Pony, thank you so much for the $100. That is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much, Pony. I want to see 1,000 Pony W's in the live chats. Pony with $100 says MAGA chuds can't respect people, but demand respect. Tell me how that makes sense. My name is Adrian, by the way. Adrian. Send that love. Send those W's to Adrian. Well, thank you so much. And by the way, you're right. Yeah, right. They like endorse a rapist. They endorse somebody who's like, I hate all Democrats. They endorse somebody who calls immigrants like mental asylum escapees. And then they like get mad at me for like disrespecting them with an interruption. Make that make sense. Q, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. Oh, man.
First of all, I just want to say that he's doing a great job with getting more jobs into America.
No, he's not. No, he's not. We actually got a job report this morning that showed last month there was over 153,000 layoffs. Okay, that is the most layoffs we've had in a single month since the pit of the housing crisis in 2009.
Well, I feel that has to do a lot with AI and AI being incorporated in a lot of facilities now. So that has nothing to do with Trump.
Okay, give me a source for that.
Like Amazon, they're starting their new AI company and they did a lot of layoffs. And so I say that has to be regulated with new laws supporting.
Wait. Under the big beautiful bill, right? Like literally like took away states' ability to like regulate AI.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, states don't have the ability to like really regulate AI. Like that's kind of been like the message of the Trump administration. Make it so you can't regulate it. Like states can't regulate AI for 10 years because of Donald Trump's big beautiful bill. So actually, even if you're right here saying that the reason that we're seeing all these layoffs is because of AI, well then you're just arguing that Donald Trump is really bad for the workforce because he's allowing these layoffs to occur by like wanting to support like the sense of autonomy surrounding AI and the prevention of states from being able to regulate it. Right, but I guess I could just also ask you the question, why do you think Trump is good for the labor force?
Because he has removed a lot of people that weren't supposed to be in our labor, such as undocumented.
That's bad for the labor force. Really bad.
But now I see a lot of other like young youth that wasn't able to start working that are getting jobs that weren't working because there wasn't any jobs.
Well, that's actually just not true. So before, this was earlier this year, stats are a little bit different now. There was 8 million open job opportunities that Americans weren't filling. So the question would be like, why do you think American citizens would fill the 8.4 million job opportunities created by undocumented immigrants? And then also on that same note, like you're thinking about things very one-dimensionally here, right? Like just because we have a larger labor force doesn't mean that the economy as a whole is worse off or there's less job opportunity. Like for instance, do you think that we have more or less job opportunity today or 100 years ago?
100 years ago, I don't know. I wasn't alive then, but I could definitely tell you that.
Dude, it was the 1920s.
You know,
Great Depression?
well, yeah, I don't know. I could honestly just tell you about now, and now I see a lot of
There's less job opportunities 100 years ago. But do we have a larger or smaller labor force 100 years ago?
larger, definitely. What? I'm being serious. A lot of people that weren't able to work before are finally getting jobs.
Dude, we had a smaller labor force 100 years ago. Because there's less people, like significantly less people, because it was 100 years ago.
Yeah.
So we had a smaller labor force with less job opportunity. What does this mean? Well, maybe a larger labor force, right, doesn't create less job opportunity, but actually creates more. Because under capitalism, when you're working a job, you're not just filling a position, you're actively generating a rate of return for your company to then grow and create more jobs, right? And this is what undocumented immigrants do. Because they account for 8.4 million of our laborers and 11 million of our consumers, according to the American Immigration Council, they actively contribute $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the GDP per year and pay over $100 billion per taxes in year, right? This creates more demand for more products, and this creates more workers to create those products, upholding and sustaining, right, a more prosperous economy as a whole. Removing them, right, creates a lot of inefficiencies within these companies because now they have less laborers to produce the goods that they want to sell and less people to buy those goods once they sell. Oh my God, I'm like dying. You might be my last guess. I'm over here dying.
Well, since I've answered a lot of your questions, can you answer one of my questions?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, most definitely. So, what do you think has been the most harmful law or policy that Trump has created, in your opinion?
I arguably, what I would say is his direction to SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade. I think that taking away women's access to abortion is a human rights violation. And because SCOTUS is overturning a Roe v. Wade, that led to 66 million American women, right, in our 50 states, now not having access to elective abortions. That is 66 million potential human rights violations, right? Plus the fact that in 10 of our 50 states, right, women don't even have access to abortion in circumstances of rape, right? And there are 60 rape victims per day that are impregnated by that rape that are denied access to abortion in those 50 states. I think that is the most harmful thing that Donald Trump has done, right, oriented around like public policy.
Well, I've known women myself that use abortion as a form of contraceptive. Every time they get pregnant, they go and have an abortion. Some of them have had more than 10.
Right. So women can only get an abortion when they're pregnant.
Yeah, that's why.
Right. You just said when they get pregnant. You just said when they get pregnant, they get an abortion. Well, you could only get an abortion. You can only get an abortion when you're pregnant. Okay.
I'm just saying that there is women that have had over 10 abortions.
Yeah, I've never.
So do you agree with that?
Well,
do you agree with women having over 10 abortions in at least 2 to 3 years just because they're using it as contraceptives?
The only time I ever hear about these mysterious women getting 10 abortions in 2 to 3 years is when I'm talking to a pro-lifer. I've never personally met a woman like this myself.
I have. Which woman is going to personally tell you, yes, I've had 10?
Can you let me speak?
Okay.
So the only time I hear about these mysterious women is when I talk to pro-lifers, not when I talk to any women myself. But what I will say is that if a woman is getting like 10 abortions in 3 years, yeah, I don't think that there's anything wrong with the abortion. In fact, in that scenario, I think that the abortion is the saving grace. And if anything, right, there's probably a deeper rooted issue here with like a lack of access to comprehensive and high quality sexual education and a lack of access to free and available forms of contraception.
That's I don't think so. I don't think you really are aware of what's really happening behind women's lives. Obviously, contraceptive is one of the forms that is very easily acquired here in America. Like you can go to a clinic and you could get condoms, you can get pills if you really want to. But if you're a lazy piece of shit that doesn't care, they're just gonna go ahead and get pregnant, and whenever they know and find out that they're pregnant, they're gonna go and have an abortion.
You know, here's what I gotta say. I think it's rhetoric like this that proves to me that you don't actually care about children, because at the end of the day,
I have 3 of my own children.
This is all about,
and all 3 of mine I support.
Okay. This is all about what I think, at least for you. I think that this is all about punishing and controlling women, right? That uphold different values in the context of sex, romance, and intimacy that you do, driven by your own internal misogyny.
So you weren't able to even tell me.
Ma'am, I'm going to mute you if you don't let me finish speaking. I want to be able to get the sentence out. Just thank you. Just please. Come on. I can't yell. I can't like scream. Like my voice is essentially gone. So it's like my only option here, if you keep over speaking me, is going to be to mute you if I want to be able to finish what I'm saying, right? But just to very quickly go back to what I was saying, right? What you just did is you just proved that it has nothing to do with the children, because what you just said, right? Like driven by your own internal misogyny, right? Is that the women that are getting these abortions are lazy sacks of shit. You'd probably call them reckless and stupid too, right? So why are you telling me that you think that we should force unwanted children to be forced into the unready households of parents that are lazy, reckless sacks of shit? What do you think the outcome of that is going to be, right, on those children? What do you think that's going to do to our next generation? Shifting the family dynamic away from financially well-off adults that desire to start a family, that consent to having kids, right, into forcing lazy, reckless sacks of shits into being, moms and dads. Not so pro-life now, huh?
In that aspect, I could honestly tell you that if you don't want to have children, you should just definitely take oral contraceptive or just plainly do not have sex.
Listen, we could agree that if you're sexually active and you don't have kids, you should use contraceptives. But guess what? Sometimes those contraceptives fail. Guess what? Sometimes, even though they should use them, they don't use them for various reasons. And I don't think that discounts the validity of that individual then going and accessing abortion, because in accessing that abortion, I believe that they are ending a life form, which I do not attribute any moral value to, and they are acting upon their basic right to bodily autonomy. Right? Like, listen, we could definitely agree, right? Contraceptives are a good thing. Safe sex is a must. Go do it. You should do it, right? If you're going to engage in sex, do it safely, right? But that doesn't discount, right? Like the fact that I still think that abortion should be legal, right? Like, for instance, I'd argue that people shouldn't smoke cigarettes. I'd argue that I shouldn't be using this anxiety pen, right? Because I know that me using this anxiety pen puts me at like a 20 to 30% increased risk of lung cancer, and I really need to quit. It's terrible, right? But matter of fact, if I do develop lung cancer because I'm huffing and puffing on this anxiety pen, should I be denied access to elective chemotherapy that I pay for? Absolutely fucking not, right? I should still be able to go and seek that treatment to terminate the life of that lung cancer, even though I shouldn't have been smoking in the first place. So therefore, right, if a man and a woman are engaged in consensual sex without a condom, right, if that woman gets pregnant, she should still be able to go and access elective abortion to terminate the life of that fetus, even though they should have both been engaging in safe sex in the first place, right? So often I think, right, that you attempt to discount the character or the actions of the woman, right, to argue that she shouldn't be able to enact upon one of her basic human rights. When in all reality, two things could be true at once. We can advocate for a society that engages in safe sex. We can advocate for a society that has free and fair access to available contraceptives. And we can advocate for a society that genuinely believes in those things strongly. But I don't think in this society that abortion would be illegal. In fact, in this society, I'd say abortion should be a necessity. Right? Just as necessary as it is in this one.
Well, I'm just gonna... I don't think that you want to listen or hear what I have to say. I think you just already have your mindset on a certain thing. No, but I just want
to hear you out.
I just want to close with this. Like,
you don't need to close. I want to hear you out. Let's have like an ongoing conversation.
Okay, so let's say, for instance, just you would have not been born if your mother felt like she would have had to have an abortion with you. And you're alive. You're luckily alive because your mom didn't have an abortion. Many children have been aborted, which they would have been a blessing to this world.
Yeah.
They would have probably, you now have a voice because you were born and you were cared for.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say,
Go ahead.
honestly, if you're talking about that, then, you're very lucky that you're born and that you weren't aborted.
Yeah, you're right. I'm also lucky that my dad didn't pull out. If he did that, I wouldn't be here today. Should my dad pulling out have been illegal?
Well, that's totally different. That just didn't. It wasn't fertilized. The egg was not fertilized, so therefore we don't have to worry about that.
Right, but-
We're worrying
right,
about
but
when
you
the
didn't
egg
say
is
that
fertilized.
But you didn't say the abortion wrong because fertilized egg. You said abortion wrong because my mom got one. I want to be here.
Yeah, but you were in your mother's womb developing.
Okay, right, and then she killed me. Right, therefore I wouldn't be here today.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
But it
you
does-
wouldn't be here today.
But that outcome doesn't change if I just shift the action to my dad pulling out. Right? Like if my dad pulled out, I wouldn't be here today either. So why isn't that action just as wrong? Right? And if you'd argue, well, it's because in one circumstance there's already conceived zygote. Well, then what you're telling me here is that it's not wrong because you're preventing the existence of a future person, but rather wrong because you're killing something that's human. Right? I don't think that it's necessarily wrong to kill something that's human, or else it'd be murder to pull the plugs on brain dead patients, and women using IUDs would be murderers too. Right? We just reject that it's our species that makes us morally valuable. I would posit that it is our subjective experiences, our consciousness, our sentience that makes us morally valuable. That's what matters, and those things can only begin to develop and deploy at around 20 through 24 gestational weeks. Therefore, until then, I do not think that fetus is a morally valuable life form.
No, wrong. I would say up to 24 to 25 days of oh my gosh, I'm like so nervous right now. I'm sorry. It's about 6 weeks when the heart starts beating, and I would say that therefore, 6 weeks should be at least the time that we can say that the fetus is alive.
Okay, here's a problem though. Things can live without a heartbeat, including a fetus before 6 weeks and bacteria.
Yeah,
Right, so a heartbeat doesn't mean life.
but technically a human being, having blood supply and tissue growing, I would say
So a
6
heartbeat
weeks.
and blood supply are all things that brain dead patients experience when connected to life support, that is. Is it murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient, killing them?
I don't believe that any patient would be brain dead. I believe that even though they're considered technically brain dead by a hospital, they're still alive. They're still hearing. They're still, I don't think so.
Can rocks hear?
No.
And rocks can't hear because they don't have functioning brains and senses, right?
Yeah, but as human
Right.
beings, if they're
Right. Brain dead
if you're
patients don't have
considered brain dead-
functioning brains or senses either. They can't hear.
There's many cases that brain dead patients have came back to life and said that they were hearing and feeling everything that was going around them. And technically, they were diagnosed.
You missed a word there. Okay? Right? When you said that there's many cases of brain dead patients coming back to life and experiencing again, right? Well, you missed a word. The word that you missed was many cases of misdiagnosed brain dead patients that came back to life and began experiencing again. A true diagnosis of brain death is the true diagnosis of the irreversible cessation of cognitive function, right? So if somebody comes back from quote unquote brain death, then they were never actually brain dead, right? So for a patient that is actually brain dead, right, that has a permanent and irreversible cessation of all cognitive function, yet they are still biologically human, alive with a beating heart and pumping blood because of the life support, would you argue that it is murder to pull the plug on them?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's insane.
I don't think so.
Name one person ever that agrees with you.
Person that agrees with me? I don't know.
Exactly.
I agree with myself.
Dude, if you literally can't name one person ever that agrees with you, it's probably insane.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like come on, I feel like that's a very like for the most part, it's not always going to be accurate. But like, I feel like 99 out of 100 times, that's a really good test of insanity.
Really?
Yes, 99 out of 100 times. Now, like for sure, I feel like a Christian could go, oh, but nobody agreed with Jesus when he first came before he found his disciples. All right. Well, if Christianity is true, then there you go. There's one scenario of it not being insane to find something to be true, even though no one else agrees with you. Okay? So that's why I'm saying it's like this is a good test for like 99 out of 100 scenarios.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I just want to say that thank you for giving me your platform, and I was able to voice my opinion. And just like you have an opinion, and I mean, everyone is entitled to their opinion.
You actually don't think that.
I do think that.
If you thought that everybody was entitled to their opinions, then legally speaking, you'd be pro-choice, and you'd say, well, because, right, of the entitlement to opinions of other women and girls, they should be entitled to act upon those opinions and seek access to health care, such as abortion. But because you necessarily support legislation to infringe on that right to prevent them from doing so, you're thereby rejecting that they're entitled to said opinion.
An opinion is just that, an opinion.
Right.
Didn't say
something
it
that
right.
you don't think everybody's entitled to.
Yeah, everyone's entitled. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion.
Wait, so if they're entitled to that opinion, then they should be entitled to act on that opinion, right?
And that's depending on the law.
Okay, well, obviously.
So if my opinion,
But you'd advocate for the law to be in alignment with said entitlements, because you think it's an entitlement. Do you know what an entitlement is?
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think my point here is the pro-life view isn't one of subjectivity and saying that, oh, well, we could all think differently. No, the pro-life view is one of power and exertion of control and the silence of dissent, right? And it's not like it's not always wrong, right, to say that like everyone else is wrong on this subject, okay? Right? Like when I say that Donald Trump is a bad president, anyone who disagrees is wrong, all right? Terrible, right? They're all wrong. They're all wrong, all right? All right? But like simultaneously here, right, I would never then go on to say, well, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Because I say, no, fuck no, they're wrong. Like they're not entitled to that shit. Fuck no. Right? But it's just hypocritical for you to like suggest like a similar line of thought there as it would relate to abortion, but with like no evidence. You haven't been able to give a compelling argument to justify why like women and girls should be denied access to healthcare infringement. On
I already said it.
But then you like
There's
turn around and
many
say, oh, well,
women-
everybody has an entitlement to your opinion. Like, no, you don't fucking think that.
I definitely think that. I
You
think
wanna be
everyone's
really pro-life.
entitled to their opinion.
It's not wrong to not think that in all scenarios. Listen, in this scenario, it actually is wrong because you have no good reason to support a ban on abortion, right? But you're just like what
I
what I'm
do.
trying to tell
I
yourself.
just said
So you're
it.
lying
It's
to yourself
just
when you say that
ignore
you
it.
think everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
Wait, Dean, you're just ignoring the fact that I told you that I personally know women that have had 10 abortions in a span of 3 years,
Okay.
personally.
I want you to listen very closely to my response, and then I want to hear your
Thank
response to
you.
my response. Okay.
Okay.
So my response to that is right, like I only ever hear about these mysterious women that get 10 abortions in 3 years from pro-lifers like
You
you.
said that already.
Exactly.
Definitely.
The point B is the important part, right? Point B is even if a woman had done this, right, what we'd say there is that the problem wasn't the abortion, right? The problem is whatever led to 10 unwanted pregnancies in 3 years, which we could most typically diagnose as a lack of access to contraceptives or sex ed, right? But the abortion in that scenario was a saving grace, right? The problem was a lack of access to sex ed or contraceptives.
Or the fact that they didn't care if they were pregnant, they got pregnant and just went to the abortion clinic to take care of their mistake.
Okay, and wait. Well, I have a question. So what's
According
wrong-
to them.
like what's morally wrong about a woman like engaging in sex, right, and like not caring if she gets pregnant because she knows that if she does, she'll just go and get an abortion. I mean, I could agree on like a prudential level, like we should incentivize safe sex, right? Like maybe the issue there is like a lack of safe sex, right? But like morally speaking, right? Like I don't know if there's anything wrong with that. You know, I'd say like
You don't think that's anything wrong?
I
You
don't think that
like,
there's anything
the girl is-
morally wrong. I think that there's like there's prudential wrongness in the sense of saying, well, like maybe they're not doing what is like the best fit in accordance with their goals, right? If they were to engage in safe sex, then they could go without the unnecessary expense, like physically, emotionally,
because the government's
and
paying for
materially
it.
of money to access abortion, right? But like morally speaking, right? If a woman goes out, engages in unsafe sex, gets pregnant, gets an abortion, and does that 10 times, I don't think that there's anything morally wrong about that. But you know, everyone should be engaging in safe sex. You shouldn't have unsafe sex, right? If you don't have a kid.
So, one question: do you think these women would be having so many abortions if they had to pay out of pocket? Like, if they were paying and it wasn't covered through insurance, do you believe that will they
Insurance doesn't cover elective abortions.
Yes, it does.
What, name one insurance company that covers really like
IHP.
any like elective service?
IHP covers.
What is IHP?
That's insurance that is more geared towards low income families.
Oh man.
So-
Oh my god. Dude. Yo, she's fucking right. You're in Colorado?
And I can't say where I'm at, but yes, most definitely that's one of the reasons that a lot of females
there's a Colorado bill, right? So I think that you're in Colorado. Colorado Senate Bill 23189, right? That was like literally just passed. This started January of this year. That actually legally requires private health insurance plans to cover abortion care, including elective abortions. Bro, fucking based. I love Colorado. Shout out to CO. Hell yeah. But see, now we're just having like a completely different debate, right? About like if they should pay for it or not if the action of getting the abortion in of itself is morally wrong.
Well, it's just a thought, you know, like I personally don't think these women would have that many abortions if they weren't covered through the government. Like if we weren't paying for it, they would not be getting those abortions.
Yeah, so typically the more expensive
They
something
would
is to yourself, the
probably
less
go-
the less likely you are to get it. I'm so sorry, what does this have to do with the conversation? Should abortion be legal? Like, you understand that the root of the conversation that I'm trying to have with you here is, should it be legal or should it be illegal?
Well, it started from me telling you that there is actually women, even though you don't believe it's possible
but 10 abortions, 3 years. Why should it be illegal for them to get an 11th?
because those are lives. Those are
So
people.
you're killing the life. So
just
why is it
like
wrong
you.
to kill a fetus?
Because it's alive.
Because it's alive.
Just like you are.
Are you a vegan?
Yeah. Was.
So you're not anymore. Are cows, chickens, and pigs alive?
Yes.
Right. So it's not merely the fact that it's alive. So it's alive and what? Alive and human? That makes it morally valuable? That makes it murder to kill it?
Conscious.
Okay. Really? That's your position now?
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, if we have morals, we know what it is right from wrong. Versus animals, they do not know what's right from wrong.
Consciousness. Okay. Consciousness, right, according to current science, right, current neurodoctrine studies, right, can only begin to emerge at 20 through 24 gestational weeks. And if you think it is the presence of any level of consciousness inside of the fetus that would make the abortion morally wrong, and therefore you'd give you your advocacy to make it illegal, then you'd say, in accordance with your own position, prior to 20 through 24 weeks, you'd say that abortion is not morally wrong as the fetus does not exhibit any traits of consciousness.
I just believe that regardless,
then you lied to me.
They're eventually going to have conscience,
Okay.
regardless at that moment they don't.
Yeah, but we don't give people rights based on traits they'll have in the future. Like, think about it this way. You're saying consciousness equals right to life. If fetus eventually have consciousness, we should give them the right to life now. We just never think like that. Like, 15-year-old will eventually be 21. 21 equals right to buy alcohol. Therefore, should we extend the right to buy alcohol to the 15-year-old? Fuck no. All right?
Yeah.
18-year-old equals right to consent to sex. 12-year-old will be 18 in the future. Therefore, should we extend the right to consent to sex now to the 12-year-old? Fuck no. And like, both of those scenarios.
Because they're
you have
not
to actually-
mentally there.
Right, exactly. Because they're not, like, mentally speaking, they don't possess the cognitive nor rational functions in order to, like, understand what sex is and its outcomes to make that informed consenting decision, right?
And
But like,
that's
very
why
similarly, right, we should
we have
extend like the
laws
right
that-
to life to the fetus, morally speaking, until they actually have a level of consciousness. Because prior to that point, they don't have like the mental and neuronic development sufficient to a point to be able to deploy any low levels of sentience or conscious experiences.
I guess technically, if you go by the scientist information, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Yes, and we should go by the scientist information, right?
I mean, I don't know.
Well,
I'm
we're
not a scientist.
We're not going by the scientist's information. Then whose information would we be going by? Yours? Are you okay with assuming that authority? Because when you say that we shouldn't go off of the science, we should go off of yours. You're saying that you think that...
Not off of mine.
Okay, then off of whose?
Our current law
Current law. Wait, law doesn't determine
against abortion.
Consciousness. Law doesn't determine like descriptive facts of the world, like when a fetus becomes conscious. That's not a thing.
Yeah, but it's just, I guess it's hard for me to say that it's okay to terminate a pregnancy.
That's actually not even what I'm asking you to say. I don't like try to convince people in these conversations that abortion's not morally wrong. Sure, I'd like to do that, but I think it's like more so I just want to convince you to take the step to saying, although you think it's wrong, right, you'd still say that women and girls should be able to make that decision for themselves, right? And like maybe like the way that I'm trying to convince you of that in this conversation is just to demonstrate that like your view here has been got, right? I was able to like reasonably defeat your view in like 3 sentences, right? And it's, like you shouldn't like realistically trust yourself, right? Invest that authority within yourself to endorse legislation to prevent other women and other girls from accessing abortion when your motivations why are, like so like seemingly like terrible, right? It's like, what's the chance that you're wrong, right? Like rather high because of how unfounded your view is, like would you ever like make a bet for over like $1,000 with somebody on maybe who's going to win the next college football game when you have like very little information about the teams that are playing or what the expected outcome would be? Like probably not, right? Because you have a low level of confidence that you're right, because of your reasons to believe that you're right. And if you're wrong, it's going to personally hurt you because you're going to lose $1,000. Well, now mirror this onto the conversation that we're having right now about access to abortion. You should have a very low level of confidence that you're right in your view here, because I was able to refute and disprove your view with like 3 sentences. And you kind of even admitted there, you said, Dean, shit, you got me, right? But if you're wrong, 66 million American women and girls suffer, which is a significantly worse loss than the 1,000 hypothetical dollars made in the bet that you'd be losing in the hypothetical.
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah.
I think that's why it'd be like a really good place for you to be, would be like, hey, I think abortion's wrong, but like maybe I'm wrong when I say and I think that because I lack in good reason. So therefore, like women and girls should be able to make this decision for themselves. And by the way, I'm just gonna say one last thing here. I know I'm kind of preaching. I think that there's like great roles that people that personally think abortion is wrong, but like think that other individuals should be able to access it, right, can serve in society. And that is to address the reasons why women are accessing abortion. The main reason is financial instability. Therefore, connect the dots. If financial instability is driving women to access abortion, and I think that abortion's wrong, but think they should still have that access, then therefore, if like I work on eradicating that financial instability in like young women and girls, so on and so forth, then less women and girls will get abortions. Therefore, I'm going to support policy, right, to better enable young women and girls to be more financially stable.
I definitely agree with what you're saying in regards of helping women be more financially stable. But can I say something in regards of myself? Because I know you have a wide audience. I want to say that I was in poverty and I had 3 children. And luckily, thank God, I was able to work hard, have 2 jobs, work basically 6 days a week for 14 hours. And now my kids are older. I have a 21 and 20-year-old, a 14-year-old, and I own my own house and I still work. And not just because I was poor, I didn't reach out to abortion. And I have wonderful kids that are in the workforce and that are great children. So I just wanted to say that. And Yeah, I agree in the fact that we should help women that are in poverty feeling like their only option should be abortion.
Okay, so thank you so much for sharing your testimony about your experiences with pregnancy, childbirth, and raising children, right, to all my viewers. Now what I want you to do is go sit down with each individual viewer that's a woman that has access to abortion and listen to their reasons why. Listen to their testimonial. Hear them out. How does that sound?
That sounds amazing.
All right, so go do that. We're going to move on to the next guest. You have a good rest of your day. DK, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Appreciate you so much for the love, DK. Show some love to DK down below. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. If you want to support me before I end the stream for the day, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal on the top of the phone screen, in the link tree in my bio, and in the pinned message on the YouTube stream. Then Yania, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo as well, who says, thank you to you. My family is enlightened on why Trump is a shitty person. They watch your live stream pretty often, and they also voted blue in New York. Let's fucking go. That's awesome, Yania. And then DOP, appreciate you for the $10 as well, saying, hey, Dean, curious on what mic you use. The sound quality is fantastic. I'm using an let's see here, a Shure SM7B. I love it so much. It's awesome. And then Roland, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you, Roland. Roland with the $50 says, being an absolute star amongst these Trump supporters that try to push their king agenda on us. Thank you for the love, Roland. I really appreciate you so much for the $50. You were fucking awesome. Thank you so much, man. And then Magali, thank you for the $25. She says, keep fighting for us, Dean. What a woman does with her body is none of her business. Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. And thank you for your kind words and the $25. Show some love to Magali down below. And then Anna, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the cough drops. Thank you. I'm going to fucking need those. Ronald with the $8. Charlie with the $10. And then Elias, thank you so much for the $8. Then over on PayPal, I'd like to quickly thank Jennifer with the $10. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Saying I've always thought highly of you, Dean, but seeing any Radiohead shirt makes me think even more highly of you. Fuck yeah. Appreciate you for that love, Jennifer. Shaylin, thank you so much for the $10. Charlie with the 5. Amanda with the 5. Shay with the 5. And Angelina, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Angelina. And then Sam with the $5. All right, folks. I'm ready to give up. I feel like if I don't give up soon, I'm going to completely lose my voice. It is really going downhill. We're gonna try one more debate before we hop off for the night, but this is it. Like, I mean, just listen to me. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I support any president that will actually do well for the American people, which I think is.
Yeah, I mean, I could have debated you, Dan. Come back tomorrow, because I'm gonna get off. Yeah, listen to this clip of me talking like regularly, and then listen to the way that I'm talking right now. Let's go to lives. We're just going to go to yesterday's. Dude, just put them side by side real quick. It's pretty bad. To join us on TikTok, thank you so much for being in here on this beautiful afternoon. Now, if you haven't been here before, we debate Trump supporters. We try to change their mind, get them on the right side. Yeah, that's pretty bad, man. I need to hop off. I need to let those vocal cords rest. Folks, I appreciate you so much for showing up today. I'll see you tomorrow. And then, wait, we just got a couple more donations here. I want to read them off super duper quickly. Ashley, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for some more Jolly Ranchers. Thank you so much. Actually, the $20. Thank you so much, Ashley. Thank you so much. I'll buy some Jolly Ranchers. You fucking got it. And then Gladius, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, saying, great job, Dean. Keep going. Thank you so much. And then Jessica, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Jennifer with the $10. Shaylin with the $10. And then Cindy with a 2 and Tracy with a 5. All right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the night. Love you guys. Good night. Peace and love. And see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.